Hello. How we doing? We're back. Satisfactory. Another week. Another 10 hours, at least. Today, we're going to be powering Tier 8. Not doing Tier 8 power. And that means turbo fuel. Just some simple turbo fuel. Don't need to get crazy. Need to do something doable and get the job done so we can power stuff to get started on Tier 8. That's the plan, at least. And hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Last time, for a recap, we built this biofuel plant. Packaged liquid biofuel. And it's got a few issues that we I realized, I suppose, a bit later. It works fine, but it's like, maybe in future I'll do something more with the containers and things like that. There is a couple of things I need to address with it right now, which is, we wrote this on the to-do list on the right-hand side of the screen last time, which was add a solid biofuel catch, so that if we throw solid biofuel into this place, it should kind of just go straight to the refiners. Right now it just comes back out. So I thought we could just introduce that just down here. So this would say center output is mycelia. Center output would need to be any undefined, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Just making sure I remember it, because I haven't looked at this in a while. Oh no, we need an AI limiter. Thanks. Why don't I have AI limiters on me? Let's see. Obviously it's not in this then. Didn't we just make a bunch? I thought we did. I know I made a bunch of smart splitters, but there's no way that I just managed to get it exactly the amount I made, or needed. I'm sure that we had a lot more than this. I did run back to base in the previous episodes, and maybe I did something with it there. It's liquid trees. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, it's decent. There was also some comments saying, like, you're probably wasting your sloops using this, which is a good point. It's like, yeah, there's 4 sloops in these two, and it doubles the amount we get out. But this place is designed just to kind of get backed up and stop producing stuff. So it's like, is it really necessary to use it in a place where it's, like, limited use? It's good to make your biofuel go as far as possible, though. But arguably, you could probably put just one of them in each of these, and it would probably just do better. Because you get way... Actually, I don't know if it would do better, but you get way more biomass out of it. Like, way more. It would clog the system and slow everything down, in a good way. Or you could just simply overclock these machines and just deal with the power rather than wasting sloops, right? That's what the comments suggested. So it's a good point. It's a good point. I might rethink it. I like the idea of putting the sloops into each constructor. I would like to get that smart splitter, though. I don't know why I'm out of AI limiters. It's kind of unfortunate, because I don't think... I suppose I could just grab what I need to make one. Yeah, that would make sense. Copper sheets, and always forget. Is it Caterium or something? That's not how... Oh god, man, I can't even play this game today. AI limiter, please. Yes, it's quick-wire. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just make a few on my own here, real quick. Yeah, I'm actually super thirsty, so maybe I'm, like, dehydrated. I'll keep drinking in just a moment. Alright, there we go. Anyways, hello. Tier 8 time. Yeah, so in the last stream, we completed everything in Tier 7, but now we're looking at things that we need to make, like crystal oscillators, high-speed connectors, the assembly director systems. These things are now a substantial leap above where I'm at. Remember, we've just kind of been playing. I think I've done 90 hours so far, and I've done mostly, like, what can I just get that's right in front of me? It's like, okay, I'm not going to build a massive aluminum plant, but we'll make a little bit so that we can get a little bit to advance. Kind of advancing quicker than we probably should in that regard, right? Without really safeguarding the production chains behind us and making sure that we're building a lot in the background so that we're ready for the stuff coming up. I'm not really doing that. But it's fine. We're still making progress all the time, which feels good. Alright, let's just fix this. That's another smart splitter that goes there. This will be any undefined that goes out. And this will become a merger. Right there, right? Or should it be? Yep. That in just one sec. This can just go on a straight belt to here. Go in there, that can go in there. Right, so you're any undefined. And then that's mycelia. And then this one is, well, it really should just be any undefined, I guess. But by this point, we would hope that it is solid biofuel. Now, to make sure that that works, the very start of this chain is here. So we have to say solid biofuel goes through the center. Solid biofuel, then to the left, any undefined. Yep. Alright, now that's got a way to just go straight over. Yeah, that's just going to take a while to flush itself out. The next thing I want to do is, this place is going to fill pretty quickly, so I'd like to get another container and just maybe put it right here. Could honestly have two, just really store up a huge backlog of packaged liquid biofuel, because why not? I'll check that in just 1 second, and thank you, by the way. Oh, I actually haven't fixed this over here. Alright, there we go. That's from VTWXR, member for 10 months, and he said, just dropping in and say hi, love the series, always looking forward to them, keep them coming. Thank you very much, appreciate that. That's a very long time to be a member, so thank you. VTWXR. FYI, you don't need to grab from the depot to craft. It pulls... Oh, even when you're building on a crafting table? Oh, yeah. Thank you. I knew it did that when you're building. I just, yeah, for some reason didn't clock that it does it when you're crafting. Alright, so this needs to be Mark 3. Mark 3. That's Mark 3 as well. Alright. So we're already at 1700. The place hasn't been running that long, so pretty happy with that. Not going to sit around doing the cosmetics. I know I said I would, but I'd rather just progress. We're just going to leave this place. I was looking around other parts of the world. I'm just like, oh, everything just looks like this now, really. But the way it is. But in the video series is coming eventually. I'll be taking more time to do the cosmetics on that one. Frankly, more people will see it. So, all right. I guess we can bounce out of here. Place okay? You're quite backed up, but you're not. The reason for that. It's 75%. Why is that happening? So that's 80 per minute. 80 per minute. 160. Ah, I know why. It's a Mark 1 belt. Alright, that'll fix that. Surprised this one got up to 98% on a Mark 1 belt. That doesn't even seem possible. It's 20 per minute short, and yet it still almost did it. At least that's fixed. How much is coming out as well? It's 80 per minute out. Both. Yeah, cool. Alright, nice. There we go. What's the biofuel for? The biofuel's for the jetpack, primarily. So it goes into a dimensional depot over here, and it'll go into my jetpack. So, I mean, we're making so much that we could use it for other things. It is limited, though, that way. It's not, like, fully automated. What we put in here ultimately makes the biofuel, but that is just vegetation, right? I'm sure most people know this, just clarifying just in case people don't. Anyways, yeah, so if we equip our jetpack, and you set your preferred fuel type, if we use packaged fuel, this is as high as we can go, right? Just holding spacebar. So about there, we looked at that power pole, right? Right about in the middle of that power pole. Now we'll use the fuel type of packaged liquid biofuel. I'll just do the same thing and see how high we get. We've just passed where our previous limit. And we get to about there. So that should be as high as you can actually go in a jetpack. So that's the reason we do it. It's just far slower burn which gives you a much greater reach. So setting that up can be decent. Now we've got this, so obviously when we're in a factory area, we don't really need it anymore. But traversing the world, it can still be really nice to kind of hop around and reach, you know, various heights and things like that. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, you could. I was thinking I could even use it to power drones and stuff, maybe. But we'll get across that bridge when we come to it. Is there anything else I need to do here? I think that was pretty much it. We've added the solid biofuel catch. We fixed the little issue it was having over there. The only other thing I could think of is I could remove the sloops and just overclock these with power shards, eating into the power cost, but just dealing with it anyway. I mean, the power cost goes up really high anyway, right? That's actually quite interesting. I never even thought of that. We want to get 80 out per minute. Let me write this down. That's 70 megawatts with the sloops, and that gives us 80. Oh yeah, but we'd be consuming twice as much. Oh, yeah. I forgot that. Just for a second, I forgot that sloops don't actually double your consumption. They just give you double the output. Now the water would be super easy to bring up to the correct number. I'm just wondering, is there a way to make it... You know what? Yeah. Okay, we'll take the sloop set because I do feel like it's a bit of a waste. And we don't need so much biofuel, so let me just rebalance things just for that change. However, I will put them into each one of these. Just because you just get more out. So at least we're getting something along the chain. But you know, we'll find and use sloops elsewhere, but this way 3,000 biomass per minute. It's pretty crazy. This way we should really get a lot of bang for our buck with... I mean, we get double the biomass, right? Basically. Double the biomass. Double the biofuel, but then the refineries we're not going so crazy with. Now, these numbers won't be balanced anymore. So we're still putting out 120 per minute. So you'd need to take in 30 per minute, so that'd be 20 per minute with you. Probably just being a bit stupid, but let's just see what this would do. So that would mean that we're putting out... Seems really low. But I guess you don't need it. It's like the speed of the output's lower, but the overall amount that we're going to be putting out is more because we're getting so much more biomass. I think that's the case. We need 15 water, so we need 30 water in total. That's 40 liquid biofuel packaged. So you'd only need one machine. We'll just lower, just to keep the setup the same. Bring them both down to 50. Oh, sorry, 50. Right, so that we went from... It's kind of crazy. We went from 100 and... Is that right? I just feel like... Not right. No, it's not. Sorry, it is... I knew it wasn't right. The numbers are totally way lower than they should have been. We're making 120 per minute, as opposed to making 160 per minute, right? No, sorry, we're making 80 per minute. Oh, it's half the amount. Why am I so stupid? We're just making half the amount. Yeah. So 60 and 60, so 30 and 30, so that's fine. What the hell was that? So these are 40 and 40. Got it. So yeah. Then at 160 per minute, which is overkill. Making 80 per minute, which I would still say is overkill for what this is. I mean, there's no way you'd burn that much in your jetpack. So it is what it is. But we do get to conserve power a little bit doing that, because that was 70 megawatts of power. These have gone from 4 to 16. $48. $72, wasn't it? So we were on 144 power, somewhere around there. It might be just 140. We've cut that power way down now, because these don't equal nearly as much power. But the output, I think, is still really high, because we're doubling the biomass. So I think it's more efficient this way. It's a slower output, but for something like this, that doesn't matter. So I think it's better. But anyway, sorry. I just got a little bogged down with that. Turbo fuel or biofuel better? Oh, definitely turbo fuel. Biofuel can't really be automated. Oh, sorry, you mean in the jetpack? turbo fuel goes higher. Or no, sorry, no it doesn't. Well, it's debatable. Turbo fuel has really high acceleration, so you might actually go higher. I don't know, I have to do that test. But you won't last as long. You can maintain like a floating in the air with biofuel way longer. Question for you, Darren, are there any plans to start a new Factorio playthrough with the new DLC? No. Mainly because I have no time. If I beat this game, maybe. I'm not very good at factory games, so I don't know if anyone's noticed. It's kind of my big secret. So I just would be really bad at Factorio. The people who are playing that are like really good and they know the game really well, it's been out for so long. Whenever I played like 60 hours, I couldn't even get to, like I can't win. I always lose. The aliens beat me. I get attacked too much and I don't know what to do. And I couldn't, you've got like science packs, right? So I've got like a science building here. And I was on the red ones, I think. Whatever the 4th tier is. And I was like, I don't know how to get that in the building. Like I just don't know how to do it. I just couldn't work it out. So I couldn't play anymore. And then I remember running around being like, oh, maybe I need to get some technology or something. And then like aliens just took over. I couldn't get to any more ore quick enough. I couldn't like expand quick enough to keep up, and I lost. And I played again. I played with friends and I lost. And I was like, this is a great game, but I don't have the time. It's just too complicated, too difficult. Don't have the time. And this was before I ever even played Satisfactory. So I'm probably a bit better now, and I probably would get on a little bit better, but I'd like to just beat one of these games. I've never beaten this game. So any time I'd have to put into a factory game, it's going to go into this. Hey, Mock. Biomass belt needs to be Mark IV, question mark? Let's see. Oh, well. I don't have a belt good enough for 600 per minute. I don't have a belt good enough for 3,000 per minute. It could be a Mark IV all at once. Only 120s coming in, so that's always going to be the limit. If it doesn't back up here, it backs up there, you know what I mean? So I just kept them all at Mark II, I think, right? Or are they just that at Mark II, I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. Basically, this place is going to stop-start all the time. You can never, I mean, you can't, there's literally no way of doing that, 3,000 per minute, so that is what it is. But I'm happy to just, like, every one of these just creates a batch of 200, a full stack, and just let it roll out. That's fine, because ultimately it's not about speed or feeding some other machine, right? It just goes into a container and then goes into my cloud storage to go into my backpack. So the whole factory just sits here really trying to process this stuff and get as much out of it as we can. That's the goal. But your head was in the right place, though, typically, for every other factory, except this type of one. Yeah. Anyways, so what I was planning on doing is making a small biofuel factory, or turbo fuel factory. I haven't really decided where. I have a location in mind, but I haven't been there before. It's on the edge of the swamp. There's like some impure oil or something. There's some coal and sulfur. Those are the things we need for it. So I was like, yeah, that could work. Again, I haven't been to that area, so we're just going to go there and check it out. And it's not about being efficient. I don't want to hear nothing about rocket fuel and ionized fuel. I want to hear it. You need to make turbo fuel before you can do it. And we could make a little batch of 100 and then look at ionized fuel, whatever. We'll do that later. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. But for now, just a little modest turbo fuel. Oh, nice, Mock. You're on your way to finishing phase 4. Is that the phase I'm on? Oh, wow. You're ahead of me then. Good job. I've never done that, by the way, so you'll have gotten further than me if you get there. What if you stop using biofuel for jetpacks? Will you just leave the factory as it is or redo it for a different resource? I'll never stop using... Why would I do that? I guess is my question. I built it hoping that I would use biofuel for a long time. No, I suppose if it's like there's for some reason I can't think of that I don't need it anymore. But it's the same with any factory. It's like, what do you do with any factory after you're done with, if you didn't need the thing anymore? I don't know. I suppose you could... I don't know what I could do with that place. It's built for that one thing, so you've kind of stumped me with that question. It's like, what would you do with it? It's like, I'd probably just turn it off and leave it. Because if there's a better fuel later down the line, it's like, I don't know, maybe you could repurpose that factory for something else. Like, you put it in, but I'd probably just use the biofuel for something. For something. There's got to be some use for it. Throw it into a fuel generator that goes into batteries or something, just even as extra storage, maybe. Where is this thing? Oh, there it is. I don't know if I've gotten that one already, have I? I don't see any symbol, so I don't think so. Plastic.
Initial scan suggests partial recovery of data is possible. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
Have my tutorials reset or something? Anyways, by the way, the sloop in the grass and wood, the biomass constructor, is a waste. Why is that a waste? How do you stamp your current location without using the map? Left Alt, right click. I like finding people who might be new here when they ask that question. At least in some ways new. I must get asked that every time I do it, actually, someone asks. So anytime I'm out exploring. And then if you press Alt, you see it. Although actually I can't quite see it. Should be able to see it. Maybe I aimed it up too high. Oh, it's behind the thing. That's funny. The bad placement. So let's do that one again. We can remove it. Good there. Now if I'm like far away, I'm like, did I get that one? That's what I said when I looked at from the bottom. I was like, did I get that one? And I was like, oh, there's no symbol, so I guess not. Now you can put down, people put down objects and other things, but I like doing that. It's kind of nice. And then once you know you look around your inventory or your map and you see all your little crates that you've. I use the crate symbol anyway. You can use any symbol. Just always use the same symbol anyway. After I've gotten a few, I'll put down a radar tower, and if I've cleared them all, then I just clear them all, you know, because I'm like, oh well, none of the hard drives in this area are full anymore. I've gotten them all. 60 to 120 biomass next to a constructor that is outputting 3,000. Think you can put it to better use? No. We'll go back there and have a look in a second, but I'll explain why it does that. I see what you're saying, but I think I at least feel like you're not grasping the full picture of it. Let's just head back real quick then. We'll talk through that biofuel plant just for anyone who hasn't seen it before. And I'll be very quick. There's another hard drive right over there. Right, so the idea behind a liquid biofuel kind of plant such as this one. Hang on, I'm getting distracted because I'm seeing things all over the place that are worth getting. There's a Mercer just over the corner, or over the hill. Right there. Grab that one as well. Ah, well, I've gotten it already. In fact, I can see it. If I do that, I actually see my little markers on it. Right, so let's have a quick look at this place, and I'll just talk through it very quickly, the idea behind it. It's not perfect. I realized a few things afterwards, but it's all pretty good. Right, so basically, here's what happens. We use this container to dump any sort of bio-organic material we want into it. Anything. If we accidentally put something else in it, it'll just run out here and avoid the factory. So it's okay. You can kind of dump your whole inventory in, and it'll actually just sort out all your stuff back out there if you wanted. But anyway, so we just use it to dump anything that's like a organic living thing. It goes in here, and it rolls along, and it hits the first programmable splitter that says all of the remains and slugs go out to the left. Then each individual splitter splits them into their own respective things, right? So they do protein. These are all doing protein. And then the slugs roll around and they all go into things that do shards. And these are all slooped so that we end up getting, you know, twice as much out than we normally would. Great. So that's pretty standard. And then that rolls into a, what's it called, a dimensional depot. So it just goes into my pocket. I don't have to be here after I dump stuff in, because it takes a while for things to do their thing and get put out. Anyways, right, so if we were to go straight on, it's the wood, leaves, mycelia, and biomass, and solid biofuel. Right, so wood, leaves, mycelia, and the biomass. So biomass just rolls around here. All of these machines are making biomass. So 4 wood to 40 biomass, 10 leaves to 10 biomass, 1 mycelia to 20 biomass, and 1 alien protein to 200 biomass. So you might look at that and say, 200 biomass, 3,000 per minute, what's the point of having those, right? That's what Mock was saying, MOC. That's a decent point, but in my opinion, none of this stuff is automated, right? I have to go out and collect it. So yes, alien remains, worth a lot, you know, because now we're slooping it and making it go crazy. So you throw in some alien remains, we're getting a lot out of it. Same with wood. Wood is pretty dense, you get a lot out of it. But we do have a lot of leaves, and we've got mycelia. So I don't know, why wouldn't we try to double what we get out of them as well? Even if comparatively per minute it might not seem like a lot, it still doubles any type of vegetation we get and we put out. And only one of these is ever active at a time. So eventually the alien protein one, that's going to run out. You know, that will run out. We won't nearly have as much of this as we will have leaves, for instance. So 1 alien protein is 200 biomass. That's cool. But 10 leaves, it's 10 biomass. We have a stack of 500. And we've thousands, you know? How much in there do we have? 13,000. So it's a lot more than it might seem, I think, given the scale of it and how easy it is to get leaves compared to, say, alien protein. It's not like it's difficult. I'm just saying, like, if you have it, dump it all in here and it all gets doubled. I just like that. So it's a consistency there. Now, if I'm hurting for sloops, then I would obviously come here and probably just take them. But take the ones, those would probably be the first ones to go. I'd probably take, do we sloop these? No, we don't even sloop the alien protein. I'll tell you what, you could definitely make the case that right now, it wouldn't make sense to use it on this one or the mycelia one, because they're the lowest rates. It would probably make more sense to at least sloop the alien protein, because we can guarantee that that's going to make a lot. So now we're doubling the protein, at least in 2 of them. So that makes sense. That's an improvement, I would say. So this is, what is that? Those are spitter remains. It's hatcher, stinger, spitter. So if we put spitters on the bottom of this, so it rolls out first. There we go. I just wanted that slug to roll out. Something like that. That's fine. It'll take a while, but that slug will get turned into a power shard nicely, and these will get made into like really high volume biomass. Because now not only are we doubling the biomass we get out of the protein, we're doubling the protein, so we have twice as much going in. Yeah. There's efficiencies to be made all around. So definitely those were low priority, but I wouldn't turn them off or say that they're not useful or anything. I think if you've got grass, you got mycelia, it all counts, because it's finite. Well, it's not, you know, it's kind of finite. It's not automated, fully automated. So hopefully that makes sense. I don't want to wait till this just rolls through now. Hopefully that makes sense. You should build a circle so that it will get to the bio remains before all the wood and leaves are processed. Yeah, so that's what I was saying is the flaw in this place. It's all backed up by 1 belt. Now, it's not really a flaw. It's like a satisfaction flaw. When I say that, I mean these are running at 100%. This is the end point. So that the factory is running at 100% in terms of like what we make here. We can't make any more, making the best it can. But it's somewhat unsatisfying throwing things into a box and waiting for it to go machine by machine. I'll grant you that. If I was doing it again for the 3rd time, because we did this factory in a different build, in a different style, I would have just put a container before each one of these constructors. That way, when we throw something in here, it would just sort out like really quickly into every container, and all the constructors would be firing at the same time. Now, they would just get backed up by the endpoint anyway, so it really does make no difference. But it would be probably nicer. Hopefully that makes more sense. Where do the cans come from? They're just coming from over here. That was really hastily done because we were running out of time in the last episode. Which, oh yeah, they're backed up now because we've just underclocked these. It's two things I need to do actually, just now that we've changed the rates. Number one is lower the water extractor. We're only doing 60 water per minute. We can turn that down now. Was that set wrong before? It might have been. It's 60 per minute, which is fine. Oh no, the rate's the same because we took a sloop out. That's all we did. Yeah, so the rates are the same there, but here they're not. So 80 canisters as opposed to whatever it was before, 160. So we don't need as many back foundries and or whatever all this is doing. We only need 80, so that could be turned off. That could be turned off. And you only need 80 ore now. Need to turn off that music. I like it, but it's driving me crazy now. Alright, 80. Alright, we can finally be done with this place. It should run at 100% now. Just delete that. There's a crate there, but it's not on my radar. Must have, or compass, must have disabled it. Alright, anyway, that should, so we just changed it a little bit. Anyone who's just joined now, from compared to previously, we removed the summer sloops out of this, put them into the constructors beforehand instead. It lowers our power footprint substantially doing that, and I think it actually gives us more in the long run, so that's fine. But our output has fallen just slightly. Not that it matters, because it just goes into a container, goes into my inventory, so it really doesn't matter. But we've added more storage for it to get backed up further. And the, yeah, there we go, the spitter remains are now going in here and getting doubled. Now 1 to 2 as opposed to 1 to 1. Good. To keep consistency, we'd have to add that to those two, but for now I'll leave it. And yeah, just means that this will be firing for a long time, making lots of biomass. Throw that biomass in there, throw that in there, don't need that anymore. Anything else that can go? I think these are just temporary tests. Alright, cool. That's it. Let's get to turbo fuel. So, basically for turbo fuel, like I said, it's only going to be a small little... Let me turn off that music. Perfect timing. We'll check that in just one sec. Yeah, I just wanted to build a small turbo fuel plant just to get the ball rolling on it and provide a little bit of power and a little bit of packaged turbo fuel, and then we'll use that for having a look at what ionized fuel is. I haven't seen it before, and whatever the other version is, rocket fuel, I think. Haven't seen any of those, don't know them, not going to look it up, want to just stay within the game and learn from the game for now. But we'll see it soon enough. You need 100 packaged turbo fuel to see the recipe, and then I can see what's needed and make decisions based on that. So for packaged, or sorry, for turbo fuel, I had an area in mind, although I just need to see how dangerous it is. It was just near the swamp. But I don't think it's quite in there. And yo. Hey Barry, Unstater. And Calpac, sorry for taking so long. And Blue Devil. You should... Oh yeah, I read that already. Joining your stream after a long time, and oh my god, you progressed a lot. Thank you, Calpac. See you in the future. I love that station, but it gets so repetitive. Yeah. The music. It was good when we turned on a factory and we heard it like kind of kicking off. Just widening my chat so I can see more stuff. Are the Nobelisks in there for testing? Yeah, they were. It was just to see like, do they come back out? And we tested it with other things and they did. It's interesting when you climb up here, I guess a lot of the terrain unloads. Like this is positioned on one of those big giant mushroom things, but looks like quite an empty crater from up here. All right. I've got no more filters, it seems. I have gas filters, but no more ionized filters, I don't think. I don't remember coming all the way out here. This is as far as we went. Alright, so... yeah, I don't even think I've been here. I think I built this and then never even glided over to it. Windy. Windy indeed. Basically, the idea was that somewhere around here, I think there's oil. Be like over there. Don't really want to go in there. Oh my god, how far is it? Saturation is leaving my screen.
I am curious about your first symphony now.
There are a few songs about the first temple. It was a vessel body, but we were still shallow. The void swallowed our music and gave only silent lines. We started weaving in lines, and we built many temples, and then we discovered the curves. We started growing blood and altars and new orchestras, and eventually the tapestry deepened.
I'm not sure I fully understand the mechanics of this yet,
Sad trombone.
but I'm sure I will soon enough.
I was just going to build a radar tower so I can see where this is. I looked it up online. It said somewhere around here there was oil, but we're not really finding it with the scanner unless I just missed it. And yeah, I've never built in this place. I've run through it a couple times in my own game, but it is known for having the super large radioactive spiders and just big spiders in general, and then also the radioactive hogs. So it is a bit of a danger zone. Our tower, there we are. Right. Well, it looks like I've been misled, because there is no oil out here. We're not going to be building here. I thought it was right here. It says it on the map. On the Satisfactory calculator map. Maybe it's just not up to date. Or it's not showing in the game for some reason. It might actually be there. Watch a short ad. I don't want to watch a short ad. I am a member.
Los Angeles.
I want to go to Los Angeles. Actually, I was thinking of going to Los Angeles quite soon. Oh, just let me log in. It won't let me even log in. There we go. All right. Yeah, here. See? I was like, oh, cool. Oil. Right there. I was like, we'll grab all that. We'll combine it with these two. Boom. Turbo fuel. But it ain't there on our map. Unless it's hidden. Oh. Gotcha. Interesting that it doesn't even show. Yeah. This splash. Alright. I'll have to pick somewhere else then. The other location I had in mind was on the Spire Coast. So, guess we're going north. Yeah, I'll leave that. I don't make ammo. We don't have that much, so. Yeah. No, I won't be able to unlock that in the hub for a while. I need to make supercomputers or something, I think. So we'll just have to leave it. Why not use that? It's easy to pull out oil out of, because I don't have the milestone for it. I can have a quick look and see is it something that's within reach, but I don't think it is. So yeah, just gonna make my way back north. It shouldn't take too long. There's once you get to the power lines, we can just glide. We'll go back to the hub. We'll have a look at what's needed. I can't remember. But if it's not something we're gonna use, it's okay. There's oil up in the north anyway. I love that they fight each other. That's quite cool. But get the hell out of there. All right, though, we're collecting quite a bunch. Radio control units, that's it. Yeah, we don't have any of those. Yeah, thank you for that. And supercomputers, is it? Damn. I'll give everyone a recap just when we get to the hub of exactly what we make everywhere as well, so everyone knows what, you know, we're all on the same page. This is the current situation. Alright, here we are. Civilization, kind of. Our little baby aluminum plant. Baby alu. We make it, oh yeah, 160 casing and 30 alclad, I think, so quite low numbers. And then we'll check that the hard drive when we get back. Oh man. Alright, a solid area for what you're looking for is the North Desert, in my opinion, near the coordinates. Them. Yeah, so there's a sulfur node and a coal node right next to some oil. They're up high on a cliff, and then there's some impure oil near it. I want to use the impure oil because it's like I'm only building a small factory. So I'm happy just to get a little bit out of it. It's fine. I think that's where I was looking, so probably where I'll go, but I'll have a look at your coordinates just after the fact. Or just once I get there, I mean. How do you go so fast with the glider thingy? So with the zip line, this is your standard speed. If you press hold shift, you go a little faster. I'm using a jetpack, so I'm just using the jetpack. No other way. With some momentum. I guess if you crouch and jump, you go a bit further, so there's also that. And I'm using packaged biofuel, so in the bottom left you can see it's green. It burns slower, so it lets me go much further. If you just tap it, you go quite far. As long as you got some momentum with you. You can pretty much go for a very, very long time. Alright, so this is basically where our hub is, I think. Oh right, I flew right over the hub. Forgot we were going from the north, from the south direction. Alright, so let's take stock of everything and then decide what we're going to do next. First off, let's just check our MAM. We have tempered deuterium ingot by mixing what looks like petroleum coke and deuterium. You get more ingots. Or polymer resin. Bit of a lame one. What do you reckon? Rescan or just leave it in the background? It's so not good. That one anyway. I'm happy to just leave it there. We have the pure deuterium ingot that we're going to use in the future. I don't like recycled plastic. I know other people do. But anyway. Rescan. Leave it, rescan. I guess we'll do a poll then. Rescan, leave it. Or I'll just say hold onto it. Alright, poll is in the chat. Right, so here we are. We just completed tier 7, right? It was easy enough just handing in a little bit of casing, and we made some gas filters and stuff like that. It's all good. All done. We're on to tier 8. I said I'm powering tier 8, not using tier 8 power. Tier 8 power would be nuclear, or I would imagine rocket fuel and things like that. I don't know what else is needed for it. I haven't learned yet. But aeronautical engineering would be next, and that would be radio control units, which requires some of our casing, computers, and crystal oscillators. The only thing we don't make out of those 3 would be the crystal oscillators. So we could look to make a factory for that. The only problem is power is just getting quite low, so I think it's time we build a little power plant, right? We're at such low power, actually, just generally, but yeah, you know, we're about to be able to consume 10,000 megawatts of power, and we produce 13, so we have a little bit to play with, but not a lot. You need a bit for setting up the next power factory, so you can't eat into it too much. We could also build a power augmenter if we really need to squeeze 10% more out. We could do that. After that, it's nuclear. I've never built nuclear power before. I've unlocked the milestone before, we've never built it before. Same with this. So obviously inside of these, each one would take a long time to get things up and running. Like, you'd want to set up a radio control unit factory. We don't have a crystal oscillator factory. We don't have high-speed connectors. Let's talk about what we do have. Look real quick. See if we can just put this to the side, actually, instead of taking over the entire screen. Yeah. Right, so this is everything we make per minute. Let's just look at the surplus numbers per minute. So motor, I won't read it out. You can hopefully see it. I know it's a bit small, but motors, stators, rotors, steel pipe, iron plate, rod, screws, mod frames, reinforced iron plates. Screws actually we don't technically make because it's out. Copper sheet, wire, cable, steel beam, pipe, encased industrial beam, plastic, rubber, packaged fuel, polymer resin. Did I add the gas filters? No. So, oh, I did. I think we make less polymer resin now. I have to update that. Because we turn some of it into fabric. 15 per minute, is it? If we make 2 of these, so it must be 30 per minute fabric. 30 per minute fabric would be 60 resin per minute. Got it. So 390, I think, is what we've got left then, I assume. Right, so quick wire, we only get 20 per minute, so it's basically gone. Silica, 37 quartz crystal, 22.5. Those are just off in a little cliff area. Not really doing anything. Concrete, 135. Automated wiring, modular frames, versatile frameworks, a little bit each. Computers, 7.5. Circuit boards, 57.5. That's an okay number. Black powder, 580. Nobelisks, 10. Gas filters, 15. Casing, 160. And Alclad, 30. That's everything we make. Now you can pull some of those things together to make a low volume. Some items. Can we make radio control units? The oscillators would take cable, quartz, and reinforced iron plates. We can have a look at that and say, do we make that? Yeah, 22.5 per minute quartz crystals. It wouldn't even be enough to power one manufacturer. You'd have to underclock it. And then for cable, we're at 60 per minute, so we could do that comfortably. And for reinforced iron plates, we could do that as well. So quartz crystal would be what we're low on there, if you wanted a decent number. Hey, Jazlan. Hey, Philly. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I said. Hey, Philly. He said rescan. Scan. Yeah, rescan is winning that vote, so let's do it. Rescan. Bonk. I've never seen this before. Quartz purification. This new recipe, because what the hell is that? Dissolved silica. I have never seen this before. This must be new. Or I just haven't heard of it. In a refinery, you mix nitric acid. Nitrogen gas reacts with water. Cool. 75 quartz crystal per minute. It's new to 1.0. How am I? I'm good. I'm actually starting to feel kind of tired. Maybe I'll pump up some caffeine or something. I woke up at 7:30 today, so for me that's quite early. I normally get up at like 12. Well, I normally wake up at about 11. Do I have a world off stream? No. Oh, well, I have my old Update 8 playthrough. That's why my thing says Stream World. It's not worth using the sulfur. I can leave it here for a while. We don't have to pick one. Nitric acid. I've never even seen that, to be honest. Sulfuric acid is different than this, right? I never got that far either way. I never made batteries before, so it's all new to me. Alright, we'll just leave it there then. Leave it. I'm good though, by the way, Sahel. Thanks for asking. Just a tiny bit tired. Love watching your videos. Thank you. You only need 60 radio control units for the resource well pressurizer. So I say you could just drop a manufacturer and make them on the spot. And go for turbo fuel. Oh, so we could still do it down there. Yes, that's what we wanted to have a look at, right? It's for this. So a resource well pressurizer, we'd need 50 radio control units. We've got everything else. We could make them, yeah, like you said, we could just make them right now. And then we could still build the oil down in that spot that we were looking at. Can we do that? I think so. We just make these manually. We need 50. And we have a sloop. If we throw... Oh, we've only got one, though. If we throw a sloop into it to help a little bit. Get a little bit more out. Make it go a bit quicker. But then we'll probably need to make some to even build the thing, though, right? Alright. Figure it out. Do it. I believe. I believe too. I like that area. It's right on the edge of the swamp. Okay, so this is just where I had temporary things going in here. So we want to make radio control units. So aluminum casing. Trying to think, I could go and fetch the aluminum casing actually from that container and just bring it up here. Just in my inventory, because I've got lots of space. There's computers here already, so we could actually fill them up pretty easily. And then the crystal oscillators would be the thing that that would be the thing that would take the longest to pull together, actually. So it's 1 to 2. Well, that's good. So we only need about 30 crystal oscillators. Okay, actually, in that regard, I have some... Oh, no, I don't. I'm gonna get 3. Alright, let's make some crystal oscillators then. Thought I was making some here, no? It's AI limiters. That has a sloop in it as well, actually. Give me that. That have a sloop? No. Alright, we'll make crystal oscillators then. So cable. Quartz crystal, reinforced plate. I'm just gonna go fetch some of these things. We'll drop them in here manually into these containers. Let them spill in. Yeah, sure. Let's just do that. Alright. So the first place I need to go to is up here. We'll just grab quartz extraction. That's all my crystal, quartz crystal. We'll just drop it into that container. Alright, so we've got a bit of a goal out of us, right? So right now is to make radio control units manually. The first one will be make crystal oscillators manually. Then unlock gas extraction well, or whatever it's called. Call it the extraction well. Then, yeah, harvest oil. And profit, of course. Alright, cool. There we go. So, make crystal oscillators manually, make RCUs manually, unlock extraction well, harvest oil, profit. That's what we're planning on doing today. And I'm confident we can get it done. It is tempting to make a crystal oscillator factory. I just feel like we don't have quite enough power. But as soon as I get power set up, even just a little bit extra with this turbo fuel plant, I'll probably do high-speed connectors, crystal oscillators, and some improved electronics just generally. So just gonna take all this, please. Thank you. And I suppose that can go in there. So can that. Keep that stuff on me for now. I don't need the powder. Can that go in there? Good. I feel like we can get around a lot faster now. Truly a plan. Yeah, it's truly one of the plans of all time. It takes like 10 to make the extractor itself. Does it take any extra to make the little wells that attach onto it? Can't quite remember. Well, I say that. I don't even think it did before. I feel like I built them before without needing radio control units, but I can't really remember. I often get confused between the gas extraction wells and the geothermal power. Just in my mind for some reason, but anyway. Right, so get rid of you and you. Put down a bigger container. Wrong way around. Right, so you've got your whoops. Quartz crystal rolling in. Oh, and you're just going to a depot. That's fine by me for now. Okay. 2.5 per minute. That's as good as we can get with one thing up full. So the next thing I need to do is go find a bunch of cable, which should be downstairs. That's where we make it. I just can't... Oh yeah, so it'll be in one of these. And who designed this place? This tesseract. Okay, let me just take a step out. Obviously some I didn't look at. There's only 9 options. 1, 2, there it is. Give me all that. Throw that in upstairs as well. Alright, that's your cable done, and the last one would be reinforced iron plates. So just grab them from downstairs as well. So just make a bunch of crystal oscillators. Do we have anything to do in the meantime, so we're not just waiting around? Any ideas? I guess we could just explore, but I'd rather... I don't know what else I could do. I guess you could do cosmetics. Maybe try to put some walls on this place, make it look a bit better. A staircase might be nice. Rescue Jerry? Oh yeah. Okay, I'll definitely have a look for him. Alright, so that's all done and in there. Put the sloops in for the oscillators. I already have, haven't I? Oh yeah. Whoops. Good call. Only got 2. I guess it would be nice to maybe find 2 more. Tell you what, be a little cheeky. We'll look up where they are. See if I can find some just quickly. Now, this won't show me the ones I've already got. I'm not loading my save into it. So where am I? So there's one there and there. There. One right here. I'll just put this symbol on to let me know. And... get that one already? It's strange that that's there, because it says that I've gotten... My map has told me that I've picked one up for that. Oh no, sorry, that's Mercer Sphere. I use the explosion symbol. Oh yeah. So I haven't gotten any of those. Okay, cool. There's actually loads then. There's one just over to the right. Somewhere. About there. Let's just go get those then real quickly. I'll have a look for Jerry first though. The map isn't updated fully, some are wrong. Okay, well we'll just go out and see. 1200 upload per minute is great. Yeah, I haven't gotten that many Mercer Spheres yet, but it almost seems unnecessary. I'm sure for concrete though, it probably is great. I saw, I think it was a YouTube short or something where someone had just set up like, I don't know, 20 dimensional depots all for concrete. and you could just see in their inventory just like flying up like constantly. It was quite cool. So people have said that they think Jerry is somewhere trapped underneath the foundations here, I think. But I wouldn't have thought an animal would spawn underneath. Or in the foundations. I just didn't think that would be possible. So I don't know. I guess I'm not a massive fan of doing this because I feel like I'd have to dig up the whole place. People were saying like right around here. Because that's his last known location. Basically, for those who don't know, we had a lizard doggo and he kind of went missing and he was somewhere over here. And people have loaded my save and said like, oh, he's stuck in the foundations, but I don't know exactly where. Yeah, I don't know. They fall through the ground and end up in the void. Oh no. Oh well. We had a quick look. Let's go for the sloops. To go this way. Yeah, exactly. You can get more upload speed by uploading to multiple depots at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that person was doing. Because they had, like, I don't know, pretty good upload speed. And then they had, like, 20 depots. So it was going insane. Right, so according to the map, there is one here. And yes, there is indeed. And it's lovely, protected by mushrooms. How did I never see this before? Alright, I'll have to get that other one. Where can I remove that stamp? Did I ever hook these up to... No. Awesome things. Okay, so somewhere around here. Could be in a cave, could be up high. Don't know. There it is. It's on an egg. Pop it up there instead. Alright, those are the two we needed. That was easy. Easy when you just look it up, find where they are, instead of using the scanner, but it is fun to play as intended sometimes. Sometimes. I really don't like having on my compass as train stations. Don't really need that. Get that off. Radar towers could probably go as well, to be honest. Wonder, you must be able to name those towers, right? I assume so. But then it could tell you what region you're at. I wouldn't mind them actually appearing if you could say that only appear when I'm close. But yeah, I think I might just play around a little bit while we're waiting and just do some of the cosmetics just on that floor below. Just big windows and stuff, you know. Might look a bit nicer for the place. You have the object scanner? Yeah, no, that's what I normally do. This is the first time I've actually looked it up outside the game. I normally just take out the scanner and run around. But just for the sake of the stream, I thought, just speed it up a little bit. A little bit. It's going to be a lot of power. It's going to be like 1,000 or something. Maybe 700. But that does mean it's 5 per minute, so that's good. Which is going here. Once we get about 50, throw them in to be made into radio control units. But we can say we've done that now. We've made them manually. Set up the containers so that they're just going to get fed for a while. A literal Easter egg, is it? I thought I've seen that egg a couple different places in the map. But I didn't know if one was an Easter egg or not. Yeah, so the idea was that this place would extend out. Put some windows on it. Cap it off. Oh man, I've been playing DayZ recently and looking at trees like this. I've been dying of hunger. And you'll occasionally get food from trees that have like little bits of fruit on them. Just seeing that, it's like, oh my god, there's fruit everywhere. I haven't died yet, but come really close to it. I had to eat raw venison. And I was puking and it was a bit of a disaster. But I recovered. I had antibiotics. And vitamin pills and stuff, and I was just popping everything I could. Standard windows, big open windows out into the forest. Yeah, sure. Out this side anyway. Aren't trucks really slow to download or upload the materials? I use the drones because they're so fast. Trucks transfer rate is super fast, in my opinion. 455 items per minute, 7 stacks per minute. 7 stacks per minute. I don't understand that because that's way higher than that number. If you know what I mean. 7 stacks per minute. A stack of this is 500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's the maximum. That's what we're currently doing. Yeah, that's fine then. But yeah, the maximum, 7 stacks per minute. Pretty good, right? I think. I feel like when I see a truck pull up, you just see it go like... It's almost like 1 per second, but maybe that's not right. It's like bonk, bonk, bonk. Like it feels like it does that. I'd have to have a... Yeah, you... Come here. Oh, that's not powered. You just... I'm sorry. Just go do whatever you're doing. I was going to pull up and test it, but I don't want to overload these things. I don't know. I guess is the answer. I thought they were pretty fast. I just never really considered that you need to go much faster than that. I've never found the throughput of a truck to be a limiting factor. Let's just put it that way. And that was when I had... I've never tested it with the 1200 per minute belts because I haven't gotten that far yet. But with 780 belts, with 1560 going in per minute, which is what I built a factory with in my old playthrough, and it was all done by trucks. I was delivering in to the factory something like 3000 ore per minute via trucks. Never had an issue with it. Never really even considered the speed, to be honest. So, I don't know. Using explorers because I'm a madman. That's so funny. Yeah, automating explorers would look really interesting. Doggos follow you, so you can lead them to your base and secure them. They don't need to wander to get goodies. No, I know that. I let him wander for fun. I just didn't think he'd get lost. Trapped. There's something... I don't know. I'm really weird. I just don't like breaking immersion in games. So, like, locking him in a box and then he just generates items, it just kind of ruins the game for me. I don't know why my mind is like that. Just is. You know, I just find something odd about it. So I was like, oh no, let him wander free, you know? But now he hasn't come back. So I also don't really mind. Don't really care about the item. It was great at the beginning of the game. I feel like I don't need it now. Need to go much higher than that. Well, that's built wrong. So, good job. Yeah. That's it. By the way, we're just waiting on something to be made, so I'm just doing a little bit of cosmetics in the background while we're waiting. Didn't take too much longer now, really. Right, so guess you could say that this would be coated concrete. Lost Doggos are immersive too, yeah. I'm sure I could load it into Satisfactory Calculator and probably just find him if he exists still, you know. Coordinates are probably still out there. There is some stuff that's locked to the 0, 0 coordinate at the center of the map, like there's a dismantle crate there for no I don't know why. That's happened. So I'm guessing he's there. Or just trapped under a piece of foundations that I didn't notice. Go with a painted beam, please. Running belts is 100% per minute. Not a little less for travel time and unload. I never use trucks, just really long belts. Yeah, there's no power cost to belts, and you can run them across the entire length of the map and it does not matter. So if you want to be efficient, just use belts. Can't think of a reason why you wouldn't. For the human element of fun, I suppose. But each to their own. I had one on a foundation, he vanished too. Yeah, like I never built over him. He was always just around. And then eventually he just stopped appearing there. I don't know what happened. It didn't seem like I built anything that would stop him coming into the factory or get him trapped. Like he was already around for so long while all that stuff was there, so I don't know. Just didn't come back one day. Alright, there we go. I was just going to leave it at concrete the whole way. And you can put some lights on it and stuff that can angle down, that can look nice. And we'll just paint it. Alright, it's good enough. We've done something. Big glass wall. Let's go down all the way. Give some consistency to the place. So if anyone joins the stream, it looks like I did something worthwhile with my life. We'll go, you know what? That guy put barriers down. Maybe I'll hang around for a little bit longer. Don't hit me. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's head upstairs, see how many we've made. Oh, you know what else I could be doing is getting the other components together for the milestone. There is also that. 3,000 wire. I'm sure that's just in a container somewhere for me. I like how you use the railing on top of the barrier. Have you used the new double tall barrier yet? I couldn't really find a use for it. So the answer is no. I've used the shorter version of this, and I put some lights in it and stuff, the way people have shown me. But yeah, I just feel like it's too big. Yeah, it's good to have it though. I'm not complaining. I just haven't used it anywhere yet. Right, how many have we got now? We've got 78. That should be more than enough. Let's switch now to radio control units. Now it's going to take casing, computer, and crystal oscillator. Have to change some of our things here. I'll leave that in place because we'll probably make more. We'll just put the crystal oscillator in here now. And send that in, so that's number one. The next is aluminum casing, and the other one is computers. I'll leave that there as well. Yeah, so that's just gonna go in there. So, aluminum casing. Just for now, to get the ball rolling, I'll just pull it out of here, and then we'll run down and actually get some. It has its sloops still. Computers then will come from just over this way. You can turn down the belt graphics settings, it helps a ton. Yeah, apparently, yeah, you can lower the speed or tick rate of the update cycle of the belts if you're struggling. I need the achievement for getting hit by a truck. Oh, I've gotten that one. I actually got hit by a truck and it didn't do anything. I didn't get the achievement, but then... Oh, I know why, actually, thinking about it. It's because advanced game settings is on that save file where I got hit. I don't know how many of these I really need. I don't want to take everything. Take this much for now. Alright, so computers. There we go. It's computers, casing, crystal oscillators. So we have to go get more casing. I have a container full of it. We have to go and fetch it. So the factory is just down to the south. Let's just make a quick run for that then. What's up, Muffin Jones? That's a great name. I am having a good day. Yeah, I need to go get some caffeine. I might just do that in a minute. I just felt totally fine before the stream, but as soon as I started streaming, I'm like, oh, I'm a bit tired. I feel like there's some fog over me. Caffeine will just boost me for a bit. Also, don't kill the achievements with advanced game settings too. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't even ever run advanced game settings on that save. The problem was that, I would have loaded into a different save within the folder and activated it to test things out, and then I reloaded the one that didn't have it, but it applied it to the entire folder. Then I was like, oh man, I didn't know that. I was quite upset. That was like my update 8 playthrough. I'm like giving out the save to people. I'm like, I've never used it, by the way. It says advanced game settings, but I haven't cheated. It's like I've done everything legit. And you can never know that now. Have a good stream. Thanks, Inez. Trucks are okay for very simple tasks, like coal delivery. The problem is, there's no way to fine-tune them, like stop signs or manually editing a path. That's a bit of a problem. I don't want to get into the truck conversation again, but I just feel like trucks are really, really great and very underutilized. Like, I just have no problem using them. You build a road network using blueprints, and you just drive trucks on their route and stay on your side of the road. I've got 30 trucks all on the same road with intersections and stuff, and they never collide or anything. And I didn't do anything to, quote, fine-tune them, you know? Just never had any deadlocks, because unless they hit each other head-on, they can't. Trucks can T-bone each other and it's fine. They'll just reset. It's only if they hit each other head-on. So just stay on your lane. You can't have a problem. That's my experience, anyway. I remember one person in my Discord was like, oh, the trucks, I just keep getting deadlocks. And I told him, I was like, just stay on your side of the road. And he was like, I do. And then I loaded all the nodes, and it's like going all over the place. It's like, well, yeah, it's two arrows pointing right at each other. Of course, every now and then they're going to collide then. You gotta stay on, because he's banking, his turns are like way too long. Not sharp enough, I guess. So I just redrove the routes, and I was like, you'll never have a problem again. Skill issue. But hey, the good thing with trains is, I was gonna say you don't need skill, but you don't need, literal placement skill like that, so that's good. I just like trucks for their flexibility. I find that it'd be very flexible. It is a pain redriving routes, though. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick all this up, because we'll probably use a lot of it, and take at least that much of this. Alright, let's bounce out of this place. You gotta go back north. Go as the crow flies and figure it out. Looked like you dropped all your gas mask filters. Yeah, I must have either used them all or put them away somewhere, but we've got 50 more. It's all good. Thanks for the heads up, though. don't have any of the ionized filters anymore. I thought we made like 20, but maybe I used them, or maybe I put them somewhere. I just don't remember where. Like a little personal container or something. I have to watch the previous stream. It'll tell me the key moment where I lost it. And this is the first playthrough I've actually just used tractors, not even trucks. And they're like totally fine. Look at them bouncing and bobbing away, but they love it. Not a problem. They take up far less space when turning. You need to go a really significant distance to need trucks. Tractors do the job just fine. Really just deploying an Explorer and drive it. Refineries are more efficient. Should I use refineries to make iron ingots or stick with the smelters? The refineries give you more ingots for the same amount of ore, but they cost you way more power. So ideally, if you can just make up the power, then you should use the refineries, yeah, because it's a better recipe. But iron is pretty abundant on the map, so there's a case to be made that, depending on the type of player you are, power might be a bit more difficult to kind of come by than just loads of iron nodes. So, I don't know. Kind of depends on situation, I guess. So I need 200, and we'll just speed up. Keep forgetting I have Mark 5 now, I guess. Alright, there we are, 12.5 per minute. Now we needed 50. Probably a bit more. We'll probably try to make 100. We'll just make as much as we can for the oscillators we have. Then we'll switch this back to oscillators and go out and start building. So the reason we're getting these is to advance this milestone so that we can then tap an oil node that's under the extraction well kind of thing. So you have to build a specific building to get to it. Then we can use that oil to build a mini turbo fuel plant. So nothing too big or crazy, but that should be enough turbo fuel to then allow me to power some things for a little while, but also to use the MAM to understand and learn about the recipe that we have in here for this, right? You need 100 turbo fuel, a hard drive. Oh yeah, might go find a hard drive, just keep it. And then actually, interestingly enough, we need empty fluid tanks. I might have to go back down to my aluminum plant and switch some of the casing to be tanks instead. Which is easy enough, but that would make sense. Oh my god, you need 100 power shards? Jeez. Wow. What else could we do? We could probably smokeless powder. Don't really make that actually. I could do this. Smokeless powder and 50 computers. I don't really need the inventory actually. It's all fine. I make black powder. I don't make smokeless powder. We need refineries with something for that, don't you? Heavy oil. Yeah. Oh yeah, we could just do it at that little plant that we have though. Again, if we're waiting. Might be good to do two things at once. We've got, oh my god, we've got 64. We've already got some from the hard drive sites that we found. We've had this the whole time. But hey, this is perfect though. We're now making enough to be able to actually build the thing as well. Cool. That worked out. Worked out very well indeed. That's our 50. We'll come back up here in a second. Well, we don't have to, actually. And, we need 3,000 wire. Now, do I send wire out of here? No, I think I just send it into here. 3,000. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, I sloop all my power shards, and 100's not that crazy, but I've just never seen anything demand that before, you know? It's like, wow, like... You actually just straight up want 100 power shards just for something in research. Man, if you were never slooping and you were just getting hard drive or power shards and you burned all of your slugs that way, it's like that could be a little rough. I know there's loads, but still. Not everyone thinks to sloop. I wouldn't have thought about it for a long time. I think I would have clocked it eventually when I started gathering enough sloops. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I should just use this to double everything, right? But it's like not infinite. But I wouldn't have done it straight away, that's for sure.
Milestone reached. The resource well pressurizer and extractor can harvest nitrogen, crude oil, and water from underground wells.
Need 10.
Nitrogen, being a gas, does not need pumps for pipeline transportation.
Sweet.
Fixit does not process most of your metrics, but I do. According to Fixit predictions, you are exploiting this planet with unexpected efficiency. They did always struggle to see the true potential of things. Nothing about you is unexpected to me, and therefore you are performing exactly as expected.
This makes sense, I guess. Okay, so no more radio control units are needed in there, but I think there is some more needed in here. Don't need any there, but here we need another 50. We could do this one as well, get some drones going. Now that they take any fuel, slap some biofuel in there for pure efficiency. That could be fun. Let's do that one next. That's 15 minutes before we can do it. Any more radio control units needed? No. So just for those 2 milestones it was needed? Okay. Oh, we can't even... I'm not allowed to do that. Motor. Just take the 150 out of this because it'll take a while to build them back up. You need 300. Cool. Let that happen in the background. It's pure efficiency. Now, to increase my own efficiency, I'm going to go quickly take a drink or make a drink of Gamer Sups or something for a little bit of caffeine. I'm feeling it. It's... I just feel the slowness in my mind. Bonk. Right, I'll be back in just 1 minute to do that. And then we're going to go on and go down and make get the oil going. Drones don't take biofuel? Ah! Imagine me dissolving like that emote. That sucks. Oh, we could put some of the packaged biofuel into it. Or the packaged turbo fuel. Maybe that's what we use our turbo fuel plant for. Powering drones. Maybe. Alright, back in just 1 minute. Maybe... yeah, just 1 minute. Alrighty. Turbo fuel is great for vehicles. Rocket fuel seems to be the best bang for your buck with drones. Interesting. Got my totally manly, not weird at all, anime girl thigh flavor. Love it. You'll need radio control units for the build gun too. Yeah, for a few things, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, we're not making a factory for it right now, obviously, but... How's everyone in chat doing? You're sore, sorry, sober, and dirt sailor? Excuse me. All right. Just need to get a little bit of a pick-me-up there. All right. Let's see. How much time? That was only about 4 minutes. Cool. How many tickets do we have, actually? Just out of curiosity. 178. All right. All right. Dude, look at how much we're making. 105. Because we already had about 55, so that's almost exact. Like, we just pretty much made 100. Nice. I need 50. Keep the rest in our thing. We'll just let this burn through all of this. This is fine. And then we'll switch it back to crystal oscillators. Thank God for sloops. So good, man. 738 megawatts of power. Do I need to wait for the drones, or do we want to go down? I think 8 minutes, though. It's kind of a long time. We could just go south now and start building, right? And then we'll come back up here when that timer is done. It doesn't take that long to get down there. Oh, cool. It's showing me now the, yes, we can see the oil. There it is. Impure. We're going to get some of this oil, mix it with this coal and this sulfur somewhere here in a little small place. There's no real flat ground around here, but I don't know. We'll figure it out, right? And then see what we can do. Just to build a little bit of turbo fuel, give us a bit more power. So unlock the extraction well, that's done. Next thing is to harvest oil, and then we profit, simply. Just given a bit of time. Alright, cool. Let's go. Yeah, I've got a couple addictions, but caffeine's definitely one of them. I never started drinking caffeine until maybe I was like 24, I think. I don't really like coffee. I was just never really into it. I'm going completely the wrong way. Literally going north when I should be going south. I always do that with this factory, not sure why. It would be cool to build a road all the way down there. We could just drive it while chatting. We could drive a little bit. Oh, I don't have the crystal oscillators that we just dumped upstairs. I do need to keep some. Anyways, when I was about 24 or something like that, I started drinking G Fuel. And I remember the first time so clearly. I was telling Rosie, I was like, my whole body was like tingling. Like the fingertips, like it was like tingling. And I was like, this is crazy. Not knowing that eventually, you know, you kind of acclimate and that falls off over time. So just as the first experience, I was like, wow, like this really does give you tons of energy. Oh my god. I was pressing spacebar and it was doing nothing. Nearly dead. Anyway, I don't have much more to say about it other than that, but eventually I switched from G Fuel to Gamersofts. And I have it pretty much every day. I never normally have more than one, though. It's quite rare that I've done that. Alright, off we go. Just for a little while, before we just have to traverse the terrain on our own anyway. Started drinking coffee when I was 8. Wow. You have your own NAS? Or do you not keep too many backups of your videos? I do have my own NAS, but I don't keep any backups of my videos. I used to do that, and then I realized there's just no point. It was like an OCD thing. I used to keep all my footage, but like, I'll have literally 200 gigabytes of footage for one Satisfactory video sometimes. Or at least I used to. Some of the big projects I would do. Because it would be like, 12 hours of footage for like a 30-hour build that I was doing across multiple days and making a video out of that would be ultimately like a 1 to 2 hour video. And I was like, I'm going to save all the footage because who knows, I might need to use it, I might want to use it, or hire an editor, maybe make shorts, do something. I just realized it's just not worth the space, I've got 20 terabytes of NAS storage. Not worth it. But what I do is I back up all my projects and I back up like my whole computer every couple of months onto it, so that if I was to lose everything today, it wouldn't be too bad. Like, I could still load up my projects that have all the kind of editing presets that I still have, or any of the little kind of stings or transitions that I've custom made, like they'd all still be there, so I could just use those again really quickly, that kind of thing. Photoshop files, etc. No, it's not still a zero death run. I think I've died twice. I want to say twice. It could be just once. Actually, I think it is just once. I died once when we loaded into the save just to check something, and I was like, that doesn't count. And because it doesn't. The stream was over, and I like loaded back in, and I wasn't really like, I was just messing about for like a couple of minutes. I sound very defensive, as if anybody cares, but it was like, oh, we didn't save it after that, like it didn't really count. But yeah, I think true deaths would be just one so far, I think. Yeah, I can't remember what it said on the hub. It says like days without incident. I didn't track how many days it was. I would have loved to know. Just to know. I don't know why. So we're just heading roughly around this area where the chaotic power towers lie. Thought you died in combat once. No, yeah, no, I did. Or died in combat. I remember I died to gas. But maybe I did die in combat once. Then it is 2. It could be 2. Could be 2. Already got that one. Okay. We're pretty much there. Oh. I'll just grab that while we're here. Oh, sweet caffeine, man. It feels so good. So what's the plan today? Yeah, so I could talk through it. We've actually been going for an hour and a half, but I'll mention it again. Just one sec. Let's just arrive to the area and then we'll talk it through. We're almost there. Check out the situation. Am I right in thinking turbo fuel is used in the production of homing rifle ammo? Because if that's the case, it might just be worth even having for that. Because I feel like this turbo fuel eventually will turn into something else, right? People say rocket fuel, but I don't know any of the recipes yet, so... And I don't want to look them up. We'll just find out when we get there. Hopefully today. Right, so... No, we're still a little just over there. Further to go. Entering into swampy, dangerous territory, slightly. Hopefully isn't too bad around this area, except for all those guys. We haven't got that hard drive site yet, either. They're not going to come up here, though, right? Okay, here we are. Let's clear out some of the natives. Whoop. Fuel for the liquid biofuel plant. That's just what we have to think. Come on, buddy. 3 hits. Have I gotten stronger or something? I thought it was 4. Anyways, here we are. Right, so what are we doing? So basically, I needed to advance a couple of milestones. Sorry, didn't realize there's one more to go. The mother... Alright, anyways. So what we've done so far today was just kind of loosely looked... I did a recap on the liquid biofuel plant, right? So we just kind of touched on that. We made a couple of adjustments so that now we make a lot more alien protein. I put some sloops in to some of the constructors there rather than in the refineries, because we don't need that much per minute. I'd rather just get more out of what we put in. Excuse me. Anyways, then I was like, oh, we're going to go here. And Ethan, appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for the super chat. Ethan Alumbow with the 25. No message. Thank you. That's your first super chat as well. Appreciate that. Thank you. Always really humbling when that's someone's first super chat. On any live stream, you know? On YouTube, I guess. So yeah, thank you. Alright, so basically I was looking online and I noticed that there was some oil here and that there's sulfur and coal near each other. And that's what you need to make compacted coal in order to make turbo fuel. Now, just really quickly, why not go make rocket fuel and stuff? I haven't looked it up yet. I don't want to look it up. I'm just kind of playing the game as is. In order to get rocket fuel recipe, we need turbo fuel. So I'm just going to build a small turbo fuel plant knowing that things will probably change in the future. So I chose an oil node that was impure. So, or at least I thought it was. So I just looked briefly online. It said impure. I was like, sweet, impure, a couple of things that we need. It's in a different location. Perfect. We'll build a little turbo fuel plant today. However, straight away at the beginning of the stream, on reaching this place, I was like, oh, we can't get it. It's underground. And people said, well, hey, it's only 50 radio control units. Why not just manually craft them and advance the milestone, build the pressurizer, and get your oil that way? Like, all right, so that's what we did. Now, in order to get the radio control units, I had to make crystal oscillators, so that took a little bit of extra time just waiting for that. We ran around, dicked around a little bit, and now here we are. So, we've got everything in place, we can actually build it. Can you build foundations over this and then connect the thing in? That would be kind of nice to do, make it look official. And I suppose that would require removing some of this stuff. We on area mode? Yes, good. Get rid of all this. So that's basically what we're going to do. Fracking is a tier 8 tech. This is a good fracking thing. Yeah, so I called this stream Powering Tier 8. Mostly meaning that we're at Tier 8 now. Technically. It doesn't feel like it because I've left some things behind that we haven't got yet. Like crystal oscillators we don't make, you know, high-speed connectors. And the things we do make, we make them in fairly low volume, so it feels like we're kind of just skipping ahead a little bit. But we're not utilizing tier 8 power, necessarily, such as the higher tiers. This is really tier 6, 7 power, I guess. Still oil, turbo fuel, you know, it's nothing too crazy. Alright, let's, pretty quickly, we'll foundation a little bit of the ground. This. I'll just see if that works. Be worth dragging down that power tower and allowing myself to fly. That'd be nice. Set that up. And then set up some lights here because it's going to be very dark. Shout out to Ryan. Giving a shout out to Ethan. Love seeing that. Alright, so for now we're just gonna dump that there. This should allow me just to hover and then build some lights and things. Alright, cool. Let's get the first few floodlights set up. This should look actually kind of cool, like quite industrial, just at the beginning. Little construction site. Pretty good, right? Love it. I should have my little purpley preset. I've always gone with that kind of color, this like light pinkish hue. Just because when I was growing up, my dad had his own business, and in his warehouse, he had this big warehouse, there were these lights in there that were like very faint purple, and you flick the switch to turn them on, and it would be like very industrial. You just hear like this like ding ding bing bing ding bing ding, and it would like flicker on, and then very very slowly over time power up. So when it was flickering on, it would be super purple, but by the time it got up to like full strength or whatever, it was like, you know, just normal white lights really. Always thought that was kind of just cool. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So resource well pressurizer. Cool. All right, and then I guess we'll just do this so I don't lose track of them really quickly first. Resource well extractor, overlapping clearance. Oh no. Must be placed on an active fracking satellite node. What have I done wrong? High pressure sodium lights? Yeah, I don't honestly know what kind of lights they were. You have to power it first. Right. Hence the word active, I guess. I love the noise this makes. Like doof doof doof. Oh yeah, that's good stuff right there. Alright, cool. I haven't really thought about where these are gonna go actually. He looks bigger than the one before. Am I? I am standing. It looks like it feels like I'm not standing. Like I'm crouching or something. Oop. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna so that doesn't, not that it's a problem, but it's just going to back itself up. I'll just put it on like 1%. Now we're not making too much. So that's what? Oh, well now it's underclocked. I can't really tell. They're impure though, aren't they? So just curious as to the amount. That's 180. Oh my god, this is a mistake. Doing it this way. Underclocking it like that. 30. Okay. So this is the overall number, right? When you hook up more, you just get that increases that number. That's 30 as well. Oh no. Maybe not. Okay, I thought maybe they were treated not independently like that because they're controlled by the same. Oh wait, it is. Okay, cool. Keeping the cogs turning. It's interesting. The reason I'm looking at this is because it doesn't have a cycle time. It's just a consistent 180 per minute, I guess. Respawning lizard doggos, it said, and doing my best. Feeding the developers, producing, keeping the cogs turning. Why does it say this? Do these have cycle times? 2 seconds, 30 per minute. And they're all the same, right? Because it's all impure. Pretty sure it's all impure. That's all I wanted to check. I was just doing it very inefficiently. And I thought the overall number, because it was all controlled, like the clock speeds of all these are controlled by the initial fracking. So I thought you'd see the full amount here, but I guess not. But I'm just a bit confused though, because why does it even say 180 per minute? Oh, right. Oh, I see. Got it. Got it. I'm just being stupid. Got it. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 180. Gotcha. That's the potential. That's the word potential. Got it. All right, cool. Anyways, we got to look for the... Yeah, so the sulfur and coal are over there. So basically, I got to work out the chain now. We'll just hop down for a second. Look at that for the backdrop of the stars, man. That's beautiful. I love it. And just the industrial lighting. Fuck yeah. Love it. Looking good. Yeah, Kasar Kislev, you're way ahead of me. It did say trying really hard. It said a few different things in there. And the main one does tell you all of them. Here's what just very quickly, here's what confused me with the thing. As I added more wells, this number didn't change, which is why I was like, oh, what is that? It's obviously not working. Or it must be additive to that. But it says potential here, so I guess it just always tells you the target rate, technically, if you were to hook up all the wells. It says this gives you the same rate whether you hook them up or not. Which is interesting, I guess. Anyways, that's what threw me off. That's why I'm stupid. Okay. Oh man, with the Jupiter rise in the background or whatever. Saturn rise. Let's have a look at our options. Turbo fuel. I have what I have for recipes, so it's just what we gotta use. So mixing fuel and compacted coal gives us turbo fuel. So I'm just gonna write it down so I don't forget. 22.5 fuel. And then we need 15 compacted coal. You get 18.75 e-fuel. Cool. Right, so check our other options. To make fuel, we do have the residual fuel recipe as well. But that's really it. We don't really have anything too special, so we'll just use regular crude oil to fuel, and then when we get this, can't really do much with that. There is water nearby. If we wanted, we could make some extra plastic and rubber, I guess, until we get alternates. Can't remember what the alternates. Can't you make... I feel like you can turn this into heavy oil. I can't quite remember that. Alright, cool. So yeah. So what do we got? 60 per minute, 6, 12, 18. That's easy enough, right? We have 180 crude oil. That's 120 fuel. Just writing this down. And then that will be 90 PR, polymer resin. Getting about the resin for now. 120 fuel. Divided by 22.5 intake. Means we need 5.333 etc. machines. So 5.333 refineries to take all this oil. Times the output, which will be 18.75. We're going to be producing 100 turbo fuel. Bang on, apparently, 100 per minute. The other thing that we'll also need is this much compacted coal, 80. It does work as a calculator. Indeed it does. Brilliant. Alright, so 80 compacted coal is needed. So let's have a look at what we need for compacted coal. 25 and 25. Equal parts coal and sulfur gives you equal parts compacted coal. So we need 3.2 assemblers. They're pure nodes that we're tapping, so that'll be totally fine. We could make more and do more things with it. Well, alright, that's easy enough. We've got about 3 hours left on the stream, ideally. I think we could do that in 3 hours, right? It's just only... I didn't... like... 10 machines. Really not that much. We just need to decide a somewhat okay layout for it. Currently using it for my fuel gens, getting the heavy oil from plastic and rubber. Oh, sorry. Love the packaged diluted fuel recipe. Everyone loves that recipe, yeah. Two diluted fuel recipes are different mixing water, one with packaging, one other with a blender. Yeah, we've got blenders now, actually. Although I don't have any fused frames yet. Yeah, this is probably my favorite building in the game, actually, just for the I like the geothermal generator, too. That has a pretty cool animation, but this one's one of the best ones, I think. Because it actually shakes your screen. So you feel it, you know? Love it. Alright, let's pave this area and put up a parking lot. Just joined. Where are we? We're at the very southern part of the swamp. We're building a very, very small little turbo fuel plant with some impure oil nodes that we have here. We've just unlocked the pressurizer thing to get to. Oh yeah, we could overclock the pressurizer, actually thinking about it. No harm in doing that. Should do that, really. What do we get then? 450. Wow, it's considerably different then, isn't it? How much power draw is that then? 503 megawatts. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. What is that then per thing? That can't be right, right? Also, can you not empty these? 75 each. Alright, this complicates things wildly. But let's do the calculations again. I'll be quicker with it this time. But we'll build it on a screen that you can see it visually. It should look a bit nicer. So just bear with me just 1 second, and then everyone can follow along. One is baby alu. This is baby turbo fuel. Call it baby because it's just, generally speaking, kind of a small build. Right, try to do it quickly using the symbols that we have here, and then I need to go to the Satisfactory wiki just to get some of the pictures for what we need. So turbo fuel. That image, please. Oh, it changed. Why did that happen? Weird. I don't really care. It's good enough. And then we need compacted coal. And I guess regular fuel. Alright, close all that. Right, so to start this chain of events again, let's just say that this is our oil extraction well. We know that we're doing 450. Yeah? 450 per minute. I don't have the recipes for anything else. Trust me, I know there's more efficient things to do, but this is just what we're doing. But thank you. So 450 oil. And then the first recipe was just straight up fuel, right? So let's have a look at that again. So it's 60 in. So 450 divided by 60 is 7.5. Okay. So 7.5 refineries at 100% for now. We'll change their rates and stuff later. Replace this image. This is just standard fuel. Go. And we'll color that orange. That happens sometimes. I hate when that happens. The image is like all broken, but it's fine. Get rid of say that this is our 450. I guess get rid of that. Say that this is our 450 oil. Color it black. Alright, so 450, forget this as well. Forget that. Goes into our refineries. 7.5. So 7.5 times whatever we get out. 7.5 times 40 and 30 respectively. That's our polymer resin out. Ugh, you can't build arrows if they're attached to things, or copy them, I mean. What was that number? 225. 225 resin. It's like a bluish color. And then the fuel itself, keep that orange. 7.5 times 40 fuel. Right, so we make 300 fuel. How was that? Oh, it's the timer in the game, isn't it? Alright, 300 fuel and polymer resin. The polymer resin will probably just go somewhere else, right? So forget that for now. 300 fuel. Then we need to make it into turbo fuel, and we take in 22.5, so again, 22.5, so 300 divided by 22.5 is 13 recurring machines. 13.33 recurring. And that would be making turbo fuel, so just replace that real quickly. Something like that. Color this red. How much turbo fuel do you get out? Can't remember. 18.75 per minute. 75, so that is, ooh, nice clean 250. 250. I mean, it makes sense. It was 100 before. We're overclocking to 250, so then we get 250. Love it. And the numbers just work out like that. But of course, then there is the necessity for compacted coal. $15 per minute. So that's 200 compacted coal is necessary. Yeah. So you go here. So compacted coal needs to go in there somewhere from somewhere else. And it's got to be 200. That's black. Then we'll have to say that we need a certain amount of assemblers. They're making compacted coal. Right, so how many assemblers are needed to make two? So it was 25 each. So 200 divided by 25. Need 8 assemblers. So that's totally good. 8 assemblers at 100% make 200 compacted coal. 7.5 refineries at 100% make 300 fuel. Those two combined into 13.3 refineries at 100% make 250 turbo fuel. Is there a byproduct on the turbo fuel? I don't think so, right? Nope, you just make it. I'm getting like a load of lag here for some reason. It might be all the different windows I have open right now. Get rid of some of this stuff on this menu. So, is that it? I mean, ultimately then it just goes into fuel generators. Am I missing anything? Fuel power generator. I can't actually check this in game, I don't think. I have to look up online how much it takes in. Oh, I know what's slowing everything down. It's the interactive website. Satisfactory wiki. Oh my god, flashbang. Alright, turbo fuel. So this will tell me actually just what a generator burns. I think it's 4.5, but I just can't remember. Fuel power generator. So turbo fuel, oh, it's 7.5 per minute that it burns. Does it tell me in here? I'm not smart enough. So what's the burn rate for a fully overclocked generator for turbo fuel? Does anyone know? Is it 7.5 for regular turbo fuel? But what's 250%? You know, if that's 100%, I can maybe work it out. I'll try to do some math. I can't actually math it, but I'll brute force it. 7.5 divided by 2 is 3.75. That'll be 200%. That's how much it's... So it would be burning 15 at 200% plus 3.75. That's how much you'd be burning, right? Am I wrong? Probably wrong. Oh no, you don't. It's the opposite, isn't it? You lower the amount it burns per minute rate. 18.75? Okay, I'm right then. This feels like I'm not. Well, that works out really well, doesn't it? Because isn't 18.75 exactly what we get out of a refinery? Hides in the corner. Yeah, that's what you confused me for a second, Sky, because I was like, oh, am I doing it inverted? But I guess not. Alright, cool. That greatly simplifies things then, because it means that for the 13.33 refineries, we need 13.33 generators, or we could just do 13 generators and package the remaining 0.33 or something, I don't know, if we didn't want to use the power. I am seeing chat. Why would you think I'm not seeing chat? I responded to everything you guys said. You just, all of you said 18.75, and I was like, oh yeah, 18.75. Fully OCD'd. Love that, yeah. Oh, overclocked. But I've always also think like, well, it's the one-to-one with the output. Dude, my frame rate in this area is super low. Not sure why. I'm gonna turn off a few things I have in the background now. Close down some of these websites. But I feel like it's just this area. Or maybe it's my Mila note document as well. I kind of want that now, so I'll leave that over here. Alright, well, we'll leave it as is. Okay. Yeah, let me just continue clearing the bottom floor of this area, then we'll, now that we know what machines we need, it's just a matter of, like, carving out the space for it. Oh, wait, ignore me. I had, like, 3-second delay for some reason. No worries, no worries, no worries. It's all good. It's actually a pre-recorded stream. Automate turbo rifle ammo into the dimensional depot. I haven't actually unlocked homing ammo yet. What do you need? You need to put turbo fuel in to even get it. Oh, sorry, I keep saying homing ammo, but that uses high-speed connectors. I keep saying that. Turbo rifle ammo. What is this? I've never even used this. We need to also make this. I don't have this set up. I don't make smokeless powder, so that's why I never set this up properly. But that would be kind of cool. Light, compact, and volatile. These rounds provide extreme capacity and rate of fire. Oh, nice. I didn't know they could increase the rate of fire. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll try to speed up and do some building now. That's all the planning out of the way. Although people say they want to see the planning, right? They want to know how it's done, so... By the way, frame rate's fine if I look at the ground. Ooh, it could be the lights, actually, as well. I had meant to say, we should set these so that they only come at night. Could hook them up to one power switch, I guess. I guess would be the way to do it. Oh, there's Caterium right here. Oh, actually. Yeah, no, this is okay. Alright, so now the lights should be hooked up to the light switch, I think. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a low frame rate area for me. Oh yeah, you can daisy chain lights. I always forget that. That would have been good too. It's all good. That's fine. It's all going to be removed once we just build a few of these foundations out anyways. Or at least raised. I need to put them on the foundations then. Maybe just turn that off now. Alright, and then there's a matter of working out where these things are going to go. So for the first part of the build, we need 7.5 refineries doing fuel. So 8 refineries clocked down to be even. Not sure where that should go. I suppose up is the only real place I can go. I'm not going into the swamp. Forget that. And then over towards that direction. Oh yeah, maybe down there. Oh, that's where there's like crazy hogs and stuff, isn't there? Down there would have actually kind of been alright because these two could make their way over here and it's kind of a middle point. Although it's still not the best area. I don't mind. We could obviously just take them out. I'm just trying to think what would make the most sense. So the sulfur and stuff is going to be coming in from like over there. We could drive it over, depending. If it's coal, we could just power itself. Seven refineries, 8 assemblers. Do that. And then what? Oh, all the generators, of course. And then another 13 refineries. Or just build tall over here. It would mean pumping the oil up, though. I see a painted beam above your machines earlier. I'm guessing for a cleaner power line. Yeah, that's why. I kind of build a frame around the machines, and then they all just attach their power lines to that. A little bit cleaner. And then at the edge of the frame, I guess, you can have a switch where all the machines go on or off, or if you want. I like to build over the void with glass floors. Oh yeah, just build straight over it. Maybe. I miss Jerry. Same here. In real life. He would have turned 18 recently. Rosie was joking about getting another dog, and I was like, I'm still in mourning. Me time, woman. Yeah, I mean, you could just build straight over this place. Why not? Hey, speaking of Jerry. There he is. Decisions, man. I get stun locked by them sometimes. So the floor would be here, and we just build straight out and over, and we could connect it all the way over to the other side if we really wanted to, and that's where this stuff could come in. Seems a little lazy, but there's not much we could do for building down there anyway. But I don't know. I think it'd be probably more interesting to build down there. I say we build down there. We'll just fight the hogs. It's no big deal. Famous last words, I guess. Let's try it. So, as long as we can get the oil up and over without a pump, then it's worth it. Otherwise, then we might as well just pump up anyway. So, we need to see the 10 meters of head lift, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty much as high as we can go. For free. And is this high enough? Yes. It is. High enough and then some. So we could even go from there. Alright, we'll have a nice big layer of thick pipes going this way. It could look kind of cool. Alright. Vertical factories are cool. I normally go up. We built a big vertical factory earlier, but I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to go out. The main reason is because the stuff that I need is over there anyway. So it's like, kind of have to go that. Well, I don't have to go that way, but if I build tall, it's just like, okay, so then I have to drive something or bring something over here and then ship it up. It just, I don't know, it doesn't really work. If everything was right here in this space, I could see myself anchoring between there and there and building taller or something, but it seems to me it just makes sense to do this. But I'm gonna go down there. It's just the floor to get me there. Empty. So the way the grid is, and I want to stay on the grid, the oil is gonna have to travel down in a really weird way. Obviously, we don't want to really build anywhere to the left of this, because the hard drive thing's in the way, but we could make it look kind of cool. It's probably as far out as I want to go. That way. And then the oil is just going to go straight down. Alright. Could maybe have ceiling or windows or something at this point too, maybe. Alright. But I also just want to make progress and just kind of build quick, so let's just get the ball rolling. Wow, he's like right in the way, it didn't even matter. He's like bouncing around a bit. What is he doing? He can't come over here. Well, he can throw things, can't he? Oh, okay, he can come over here. Cave over there. Don't want to waste my ammo on the little one. We don't have much left. It's quite literally all my ammo. Okay. He's gone. How many more now? 3 or 2? Oh, he's trapped under the ground, that one. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah, stun is really good. We had stun for a little while. Had some ammo, but I don't have any at the moment. Don't have much. I just have basic turbo or basic rifle ammo, and that's it. Right, so I was just using this to gauge the height of where we want to build. So I guess here is a good spot. So this is where the floor will come out, and I'm gonna encase that little chap in concrete. Rest of his days. Kind of curious though, what's over here? Nothing. This is just their little den, I guess. Good evening, Steve Kruger. Andy Myers says, mob under the ground, still in early access, I guess. I know, lazy devs. What have you done to Pumbaa? I've never seen that before where they go under the ground. No, that's new to me. But someone said they do that a lot. What do we need? Cooling systems. I may have found some. I found 17. We need 25. What a shame. So close. Oh, he's back. Can we make cooling systems? What is that made in? Oh, a blender. Rubber heat sinks. I have some heat sinks. 33. Maybe. I might leave some of the trees and stuff there, because this is the line. This is kind of the line. This. We could even sneak in there and have our own little space. Right, so anyways, the oil will come down here. I wanted to keep that separate and just put glass over it, put some lights in there. Might look okay. For instance, just really quickly, even just to show the idea, if we just did the freeform beam, we beamed from, I don't know, here, something like there, rotated a bit, maybe beam from here to there, rotated a bit. Get a display sign, small billboard, that one there. We do a little jiggery pokery. Do I have any power here? No. Oh, I'll set the text. Don't you worry. Maybe a pinkish color. Copy that real quick. Beams, displays, and I'll actually change this one to be blue. And that. Now it's not great right now because it's outside, but if we were to enclose this a bit further, it could look okay. Yeah, I think the light coming in on the side is not doing us any favors. And the same with here. Not that I want it to be literally encased in just pure metal, but just to see. It will be inside a factory. There will be a ceiling here, so it will be dark in the future. There'll be some windows, but nothing too extreme. Gives us a bit more of a interesting effect. Not as good as I was hoped, though. Still feels like we're just getting ambient bounce lighting, I guess. What if I enclose it totally? Really much different. Kind of the fog that's doing it, I think. You can turn off the fog, I guess. I don't like turning off the fog. I think it looks weird without, but see what it would look like without. That's it there. So in a place like this, it probably looks pretty good without the fog, but certain places look really great with fog. I wish you could just tone it down. But anyway. Yeah, it looks alright. I've seen better, you know. I'm trying to recreate that liquid biofuel cave that I had before, which is like the best lighting ever. Alright. Alright, anyway, so we just imagine the oil, all of its pipes. How much? We've got 450, so I guess 2 pipes, really? We evenly divide, it's 225 per pipe. Comes down to this area here, which is going to plug straight into refineries. Might extend power here so I can fly. Oh man, I'm after doing all this and I just don't even think there's enough space down here for what I need. We might have to stack these refineries on top of each other or something. Or the fuel pipes will come down here and we bring them into the turbo fuel refineries. I need space for 13 fuel generators. They're huge. They might have to be built tall. I kind of thought it was flatter than it was. From up here it seemed like it. But it's really only to about there. It's really not that much space. JC Heenup, thanks very much for the gifted membership, and it's gone to Cowboy831. Yeah, a little crashed ship exhibit, exactly. I thought I spotted the ZAR donation the other night. Suppose we are a few here. What is ZAR? What currency is that? Nitrogen right near the sulfur. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just struggling to think of how we're gonna build this. The space is so constrained. These are all dotted around so widely. Not like we can really fit the refineries here either. 1, 2. Might get about 5 or 6 in here. I need 8. Try just to see how many fit there. Doesn't have to aim out that way, but let's just say starting here. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Need 8. Well, we could still build like 1 or 2 in here, I suppose. Might be a little pipe spaghetti in there though, you know? That'll be our 8, and we just have to divide up the pipes to go into what they need to. Like this one could go around that way. Let's shift this over just a tiny bit, but yeah. Now, so they're going to be doing just regular fuel, and then the polymer resin will have to kind of merge up somewhere and go somewhere else. Then the fuel line could go this way, head out down towards the other refineries, or like that person said, we could just, maybe we'll just have to build tall. Because it seems pretty limited space down there. Unless we bring the pipeline straight across a vast distance and see what's going on over towards the coal and sulfur. So the pipeline could go along here on a bridge. Nice big industrial bridge. And then the sulfur and coal are up there. Both up there. South African rand. I never would have guessed that. Good build out over the void. That just seems like a cop out. People give out to me for doing that a little bit. I think in a place like this you kind of have to though, right? I mean, I don't really know where else we could go. Or every machine has its own unique spot. Could overclock the refine. Yeah, I thought about that. You only need 6 then. Thing is, it's in service of a power plant, and I kind of feel bad. It's just like it feels wrong to overclock refineries. What's out that direction? There's some pretty hardcore music when we turned the corner back there, but now it's just like, oh, la la la. Things fine. Oh, I don't know. Oh, they just respawn as well. Oh, I missed it. Missing all my hits. Wow, that was a pretty nasty one, actually. Love it. We could have been corn 23. The issue with power plants is to produce power. You want the power consumption to make the power less as it takes away from your power efficient. Exactly right. It's like, it just hurts me to think that this power plant is being inefficient for power because I've overclocked refineries for no, you know, just for space reasons, when really there's infinite space above my head and out to the side. Out to the side. Out to the side. Maybe we just go out this way. I think that's what I'll do. We'll just go out as far as we need out this way. We'll cram the initial 8 refineries in there, and then we'll bring out the 13 out this way. A compromise. Now, where the generators are going to go, I don't know. We'll figure that out after the fact. Right, so let's do that then. Let's go this way. Not quite. That can go this way, though. I suppose we could go down a floor. Don't have to go straight out this way. Maybe to try and make the build more interesting looking, you know? These would be the ramps that come down. So maybe that'll be our new height. Okay, so something like that. So that should be 6 meters, I think. So it's 4 plus an extra 2. Yeah. All right, and then we're above here as well. There'll be like a little separate chamber or room for a certain amount of refineries. Not that many can really fit here, but a few can. How many could fit here? That'd be 1, 2, so 1. Maybe get about 4, maybe 5. We go across a bit further. We'll go up again over there. This will actually probably look cool when it's done because it'll be all like different heights and stuff. Kind of the idea, I guess. Alright, let's just get a little wild with it and cut down these trees. That's future Darren's problem. Yeah, that's not going to be my issue. Where the generators go, where the massive buildings go. They're probably going to go up somewhere, I would imagine. Or they will go in a void. But yeah, probably up. I can stay. Any bits of vegetation that hopefully aren't in the way, they can stay. Alright. I've been meaning to do it before, but I need to drag power down here so I can, excuse me, fly. Hey, Gita. Gita. It's your build, mate. You're driving. Yeah, I know. I gotta make my choices. Alright, so we're roughly gonna put the refineries there. That's fine. Let's get the power. So one of these is an actual power line, and one of them is... Yeah. It's just so I can fly for a minute. Alright. Start paving. Pave to just about the rocks. Interesting, so that's pretty covered in there as well. As far over as our chamber can go. So I don't really want those little pieces like sticking in, so even that is like, that can't be used. Like none of that could be used, that can't be used. That's like our limits. That's okay. So 2, 3, and 4. And go further across with this. I don't mind that being under the water. We could do something like a little grate for that. As for this section though, that would have to be covered here. Suppose we could go a little further forward. How it always starts, just inching forward over the nothing void. Leave that uncovered for now. Maybe there. Yeah, we can mask that. Okay, cool. So we needed, what was it, 13.3, so 14 refineries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then somewhere over here, one... I guess try to make use of the space a bit better. I was just assuming we're going to have a walkway or something, but... There. Now we need more space from the wall, so let's go a bit further out. Okay, it's in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5, and that is 6. That's 11. We need space for 4 more. Well, somewhere over here, we'll have another little room, another chamber. That can go up or lower or whatever, it doesn't really matter. So we'll start to go up over here. That's comfortably above that, so we don't need to go up that high. We only need to go up maybe 2. Alright, so that's our new height. Go across with this then for a while. And then we just need to be able to house an additional 4 or 5 refineries, something like that. So these would be the fuel ones, so by this point the compacted coal should be coming in here from some other direction. Alright, so how much can be fit here? 1, 2, 3. Creature in the way over there, get rid of them. Alright, I think actually we've managed to fit them. It's going to be logistics chaos, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do this. 6, 10, 15. That's more than we need. We only needed 14. But the way we're probably going to divide up ore and stuff, we'll change this a bit. Now, each of them needs to be assigned turbo fuel. Copy and paste. Oh, actually, before I do that, because they're going to be underclocked, aren't they? So we'll figure all that in a minute. Let's start figuring this out and like actually hooking up the logistics now. I'm happy I'm not the only one who builds a machine 10 times over. Oh yeah, no, constantly. Constantly. Get the positioning right. Or positioning I'm happy with. Right seems a bit of a loaded term. Like that is fine. This one can go. Go back in. Cool. I mean, I've never done anything like this before. I always build in open spaces and in grids, so... I'm not on the grid still, but building all staggered with machines up and over each other should make for a interesting looking place, maybe, kind of. Right, so each of these are going to be doing 75 per minute. They look like they're doing 30 per minute right now, but they are 75 per minute. We're overclocking this. So, just with regular fuel, each one's taking 60 per minute. So that's nice and annoying, isn't it? Love it. Well, 60 times 5 is 300. 300 divided by 75 is 4. So 4 of these can go onto one pipeline. And that should be easy, and then the rest can just go into the other pipeline. Something like that. Seems like that is asking for problems. We're gonna do it. If we can. Yes. Also not technically aligned. Can't have that. Oh, how annoying is that? Couldn't they just line it up for us? Wouldn't that have just been easier? Oh, we'll go all the way up to the edge of it and then connect in. How many did I just say that needs to go into? 5, right? They take 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd face these the other way then, actually. I'm just trying to think which ones can line up with which, you know? Anthony, this may have been covered, as I'm just joining like 20 minutes into the video, but liquid biofuel can't be used in drones. No, thank you. Yeah, people have told me that now. Trick build foundations about the resource well vertically and drop the pipes down. You could build a compacted coal on the floor above the refinery plants and drop it down into the turbo refineries. Yeah. Logistical nightmare. Yeah, I'm picturing like a bridge coming over with multiple lines that then feed into different things, but as for how high or not, I don't know yet. We'll see. Right, so I'm just trying to think of a clean way to get this. This pipeline can easily just go forward somewhere about there. Suppose, again, because they're not really lined up, we'll just get them to line up close enough. That's aligned. 1, 2. Alright, so we needed 4 of them, so you're going to have to connect in as well then. Something like this, maybe? Rotate to here. Alright, so that'll be 300 on one pipe network that can feed 5 machines. And we've got 6 in a row here. But I could maybe chop off one and move these over, and these could rotate a different way and just plug into the backs of them. Possibly. We'll get to that in a minute. So let's just get rid of that temporarily just to see how this would work. So somewhere, it doesn't really matter where, but maybe just somewhere here. Because it's the between the two things where we'll start to divide it up, and maybe right about there. Might have to push that forward just an inch. Alright, let's try that. So now you can go back in here, you can go into there, you can go into there. Really wanted to get crazy with it, you could slap a valve somewhere here just to prevent anything pushing the other one in the other direction. That shouldn't really happen anyway, but just in case. Actually, don't even need it there, just here. Well, there's probably no harm. I just worry about creating segments that are too small. That can sometimes affect things. Can't even seemingly line up, so what about just right there? Those valves then force everything to go this way, connect these all up. Okay. Oh, it's the wrong way around. I'll check that in just 1 second. Aslan, got addicted to Satisfactory last month, found your channel last week, and binged your 1.0 series. Thanks for all the content. I can now watch live. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. It's a huge amount, so thank you. Really do appreciate it. Don't you make videos anymore? I do. I've got a second channel called Watch Darren Plays City Builders. A video just went up there today on Frostpunk, and also on Anno 1800. For Satisfactory, I'm working on a series, and the videos will be back soon. I just don't know exactly when. Alright, there we go. Just brighten that up for a bit. I'm glad I've waited. In some ways, like as a YouTuber, I'm not so glad I've waited, because I'm just watching stats go down or whatever. But I like doing the live streams. It's all fun and everything. But on a creative standpoint, I am glad I waited, because I keep learning. Every time I stream, I learn new things. Like every stream, people point out things that I wouldn't have known. Can't remember, but the last stream was like something where it was like, I can't think of it right now. I'm sure I'll know it when I'm in the game, like doing whatever the thing is. It'll come back to me. But I remember thinking like, oh, this is great. Like it's changed how I would do the video series. So all of those things are helpful, I feel like. We'll make the oil pipes chrome. And then their junctions could be... Actually, is that carbon steel? Oh no, we'll make them carbon steel. And then we'll make the junctions either unpainted or chrome. Carbon steel is basically like a black pipe, so... Alright, cool. And then... Actually, the Caterium, the black and gold, that would be quite nice, methinks. Yeah, nice. Alright, cool. So anyways, these are doing fuel. Copy and paste that onto each one. Alright, 60 per minute. So that should be... They're all sorted. Now we just have 2 here, but we need 3. And have to decide what direction we want to feed them from. Ryan, shout out again. Love seeing that. Ethan, I like to have my name up there. Oh, yours is gone now? Well, it's on a timer, right? So the time... Whatever the amount is, seems to be a certain amount of time. So if someone drops 100, it stays up there for like a really long time. I don't configure it, it's YouTube. But he didn't replace your name, your timer just ran out. Because it can fit multiple at a time. It's black gold indeed, yeah, black gold. So... That'd be an input, and then we'd have the outputs here. A little awkward. What about going the opposite direction? So just like this. Could we fit 3 along this way? That'll be like 1 and then 2. Nah, doesn't seem like it. Not that we need 3 in a line, but it'd be nice if we could do it. So basically, it's just those 2 outputs left. 150 oil for 3, 6, 12, 18. What am I missing here? I feel like my math isn't mathing. 75 out of each one. Oh, because we don't need all 8 refineries, that's why. They have to be underclocked. So they're 1-to-1, they don't need to be underclocked. But there's 150 oil. So yeah, okay, we need one of them. I see. Got it. So it still needs 3. One, 3. And if we aim these away... Ah, see, it's too close on top of that one. Need to be there. Is that enough room then to bring our fuel line around? It would be. Yeah, okay. Do that then. So just here, but it needs to push out too. Annoying that that's in the way. Alright, so do 1, 2, 3. Now, what's 150 divided by 3 is 50. God, I'm an idiot. And we're doing 60% right now, so what's that, 80? 85? 84? 83.333. Here we go. And I'm an idiot. Great. 83.333. Right, so that uses 50 crude oil now per machine. So does that one, so does that one. Now we just need to turn these around a bit. So you're going to aim out just that way. So are you. And yeah, our pipeline will be like down here instead. Really close to that actually, so still it's not gonna quite work just there. Is that gonna be a problem having 2 like that? Probably, right? So maybe I should do it here and we'll just angle it into it. Should work, I think. straight pipes, please. Okay. There we go. A little funky, but it fits. I can't bring these machines any further back. They say that they're getting too close to these, so they kind of have to be pushed in where they are. Now the outputs then should be able to just link up, make their way up and over, and they're going to be heading out that way. That's the idea. What headphones do I use? I use HyperX Cloud Orbit S. Why do I hear an eagle screaming? But I don't know. Quick switching between jetpack and hoverpack. Truck stop fuel consumption per minute. Sorry if I missed anything. What are the things right of the valve? Just junctions. Oh, this thing, these are resource well extractors. So this is this building here. We're on top of like a one of those cracked ore node things that spread out. And to tap into those, you need a resource well pressurizer. It's to get nitrogen, gas, and oil. And water, actually, in some cases, right? So we can turn this back on now, actually, just have a look at it doing its thing. Looks really cool. Should be sending our oil all along the way. Now, Max says, you could feed the left one in the input pipe from the refinery on the left. I'm going to assume you're looking at this orientation. You could feed the left one in the input pipe from the refinery on the left. I have no idea what that means, I'm afraid. Sorry. I love the ground shakes when you're near them. Yeah, it's super cool. That makes your screen shake. With something like this, obviously, I could just turn that one and aim it right in there. Is that what you meant? And this would feed in from the right side. I kind of like just having a single point here so that I can actually test it. Normally what I do is go now with a regular pipe. It might not be long enough, actually, to see the flow. No, it's not. It'd be nice if it did, because then I don't have to check each line. I only ever have to just check that one. Whereas if I'm feeding it from two ends, not as nice. I'm going to be a little awkward with this. I'm just going to extend this out just a little further so that I have a longer segment to check. It'll make sense in a moment. Sun is coming up. This one stayed on though. Yeah, so let me just redo that bit. I'll try to be quick, sorry. I don't like redoing anything. Bum 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 ba-dum. Kind of like Battlefield. I hear it anyway. I don't really know if I like noodle pipes. Sometimes I do, but other times I think like, no, it should be more rigid than that. Right, pipeline mark 1. See, now we get the thing in the middle, so that really shows me like what's going through it. That's all I was trying to do. Right, we should go up to here. I'll just put that back to where it was. Oh, and I guess the valves need to go back on. I'll do the valve pretty close. Like this one's going to be pretty close. And then the Caterium finish on the valves, Caterium finish on the junctions, and the Caterium finish on the supports. And then it's just the carbon steel finish on the pipes themselves. Okay. Right. I suppose this pipe being so dark actually isn't great to see the oil flowing through, but just being able to visually see it expand like that helps a lot. Now this can turn off. Doesn't need to be on anymore. Pipes are full. And yeah, the same thing's going to be said for these ones. I suppose also we could color that gold and gold. Doesn't change the color of the machine, does it? Nope. That's nice. Sorry, I'm being really bad at reading my chat, as usual. Get the frickin' frackin' going again. Sorry for not being cleat. Those were things you / we learned on stream. Quick switching between jet and hover packs and truck route. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah. Totally, yeah. Like the little tilt. So if you press the number 4, it just takes it out. Press 4 again. I'm back on this. That's a neat little trick as well. Yeah, things like that. I can't remember what it was. There's something else. I was just like, oh man, that's changed. It changed something kind of big to me. Whatever it was. Ah. Alright, cool. Here we go. These ones don't need valves. They'll just build the machines themselves, I think. I'm hoping. Okay, now we just... So let's do a new to-do list. So that's the beginning here. Harvest oil, that's kind of done. Next, this is the question mark one. So I guess pipe, logic. Profit, which would be nice. It'll be the assemblers for the compacted coal. Let's say compacted coal. After that, coal logic. And then after that, I think it's turbo fuel logic. Nice to get all this done today if I can. How much time do we have? 2 hours. Alright, let's see what we can do. Please tell me I can build here. Yes, I can. We'll build a little bit over just to give them space to pump out their fuel. Now, the amount of fuel that we get out is... It's 300. Perfect. So it can all go on one line, actually. That's quite nice. The left node can feed into the input... The left node can feed in the input pipe from the left refinery. So turn the node so it's 90 degrees from the input pipe. The problem is I don't know which one you're talking about. Left is hard when I keep turning around myself. Let's see this one here, right? You're saying this one could turn 90 degrees and go into there. Yeah, that could probably look a bit nicer, actually. You're right. You're right. Like that, right? And that way they're both kind of feeding into both ends in a way. Like that. Oh no, it's not a bad explanation. It's me moving around a lot. So when people say like left or right or on this side of your screen, it's like, oh, well, I don't remember where I was when I said something before. So it's usually my bad, you know. But no, it's all good. And you're right. I like it. I like it. What these look like if they're Caterium. Let's make them Caterium. Okay, I'd rather they be colored. We'll color them later. Okay, anyway, so fuel is going out. Did you get all the strange communications from the Mercer spheres? No. I haven't found all the Mercer spheres yet. Nice. Continue along this way. And I'll just go up and over. So the fuel that's going to come around here probably goes to there. Alright, so we only need a Mark 1 pipe. But no, what you're seeing is as far as I've gotten into this game. I don't look anything up online. I don't want it spoiled or anything either, please. And I don't have an offline game or anything like that. You know, I don't even know how to make recipes that are just a little bit in front of me right now. So it's kind of a blind playthrough, I guess. It's just the way I like to play games. So I don't really know much about the Mercer spheres beyond just a few of the messages that we've seen, which is Ada's trying to understand them. Herself, I guess. Now, as for the polymer resin, no idea where we're going to send that. So just before I hook up these, I know that we're going to need mergers. Probably go out this side. Question, is that too close? Yeah. Just a little bit too close. For me to be happy. Obviously, it will snap either way, but yeah, that's better. Alright. Not that the pipes needed to be in the same level of this, but I think it can just look a bit better that way. Oh, I just said that I don't want to hook these up yet. The mergers have to go in. Just easier that way. Alright, cool. So now they're in position. The pipe is free to do its thing underneath. Fuck me. Alright. Oh my god. What keeps... It's this fucking hover pack thing. It's driving me crazy because it doesn't just stop. It moves a little. There's no stabilizer. Someone said there was one. They're a damn liar. Or they're using a mod. They were like, oh, I can't think of the hotkey right now. I'll find out for you tomorrow or something. Don't know if they came back or not. They probably did. I just didn't see what they said. But need stabilizers for this thing. They've made it way better, actually, than it was before, but it's so frustrating. Sorry, it's supposed to be a chill stream. I just swore. I'm sorry, Faith. Alright, there we go. Hooked up. Alright, I learned so many things from you. Gita, thank you. And I learned things from all of you guys, collectively. I'm a based game player. You don't have to find all the Mercer spheres. There are hundreds, but only so much communications. Yeah, I don't know how many I found. I don't know if I've heard all the communications. I'm guessing I'll know when I know. But I don't know if I have. She's still saying things. When we find them. She's learning stuff about symphonies. Actually nice picking up the vegetation from up here. You can see through the concrete, pretty much. Whereas when you're on the ground, it's a little tougher. Deuterium right there as well. Okay, cool. So that's our polymer resin that's going to be making its way out on this side. We'll need to do the same for over here. We need to just map out the distance. The distance is good. This will probably go into the same thing as well, I'd imagine. In terms of the same belt. Probably just send it to an awesome sink until we get a recipe that can do something with the polymer resin. Can't really do anything with it right now. Those two, get rid of those two, and those. Alright. Oh. Oh. Well. It is what it is. We'll just leave it as is. Alright, cool. So that's going to have its way out somewhere over here. Just temporarily, we'll just build an awesome sink so that we can at least run the place. And I'm going to do something I never do, which is a dirty, dirty, filthy merger built right there. Straight belts. Here, please. Alright. I don't know what speed we need. We'll just do 3. Cover our bases. Alright, that's just really temporary, just so that we can actually power it if we need to. So, the fuel line. Gonna continue out this way. No pumps are needed. And we're gonna go to the center point, but back 1, I think. And then horizontal to vertical. Go up to here. You could probably cut it further back if we want to. Yeah. Alright, great. Alright, so that's fuel pipe logic done. Maybe a buffer up here if we really want it to get crazy. And we're aiming for go out there, aren't we? We're going to bring it down there. That being said, the fuel actually has to split into multiple different things, so maybe we could figure that out in a moment. Alright, there's our fuel line. And we could give it the copper pipe color. Might make it look kind of cool. Alright, and then we'll color the junctions in a sec. Have a good one, guys. See you later, Mock. I'll be going, yeah, I'll be for about 2.5 hours probably. Are residual rubber and plastic alternate recipes? I always thought they were base ones. They're base, yeah. Polymer resin. Oh yeah, I did say that actually, sorry. We'd need to mix in water. It's like, yeah, we could make some plastic and some rubber additionally. But I thought maybe, I can't remember what they are, but you get like heavy oil, don't you, out of one of these? Can't quite remember. Oh, I guess not, actually. This is what it says it's used in. Is polymer resin really not used in anything else? I guess not. Oh, screw me then. I just, for some reason, thought you could turn polymer resin into heavy oil. I don't know why. Well, in that case, then yeah, it will be worth getting a little bit of water and bringing it in and just making something with it. And there's water nearby, you know. So yeah, we'll probably do that. I won't do it straight away, but that could be added on, I suppose, if you really want to get a little bit of extra rubber and plastic, which there's no harm. It's just we're out in the middle of nowhere. I'd have to hook it up to a road network, I feel like, at some point, or a train or something. Okay, so next up, let's do, I just want to color the junctions, make them unpainted. It can look quite nice that way. Then we'll continue down into our next section of the factory. Alright, last bit would be these junctions then, these bigger ones. I think that's it, right? Copper pipe is looking good. Nice. Alright, cool. We'll take out those lights later and put in something else that looks decent. Alright, so, at the moment, just to run through this, we have 400 and... Well, actually, just really quickly show you where we're at currently. So, we have our 450 extractor. Let's just use that image, it's fine. Goes into regular fuel in the equivalent of 7.5 refineries. So we do have 8 refineries, 3 of them are underclocked. That's putting out 300 fuel per minute and 225 polymer resin. So we're kind of done now. We're at the stage where that's now going to go into the turbo fuel refineries, 13.33. We'll have to decide how we divide it up. In the meantime, we also need 8 assemblers to make compacted coal, 200 compacted coal, and send that over here as well. So that's where we're at. I would say pipe logic for the fuel pipes are done. Next would be doing compacted coal. That's weird. Alright. Yeah, we could start it up and throw in some buffers, actually, maybe. Just let the fuel pile up for a bit. There's no harm in it. Let it run and flood the machines, I guess. See some of our work. Industrial fluid buffer. The center point is there, I think. Alright, should we turn it on? Just for funsies? Oh yeah, I have to hook these up to power, I guess. Hi, Darn. Hey, Steve. that it? That's that powered. And then to give it proper power, we just need to hook it over to this thing. Alright, so doing this will just kickstart it. Are they all set? I think so. These ones should turn on really quickly first. In fact, let me just flood the pipes with this first. That'll flood these pipes on this side. Because they haven't done that yet. It won't fill the machines actually though, I suppose. But still, it's a little bit of a boost. But yeah, even after 1 or 2 pumps, I reckon we're good to go. Alright, and there we go. Making fuel. So, our byproduct is rolling out, fuel is being processed on all of these, and we should see it coming into here soon. It's already getting a little pixel. Little pixel trickle. Already. Good. I suppose you don't really have to, but I don't think there's any harm. I'm going to set a valve here. So that the fuel that's coming out of one side doesn't roll into the other side, which it shouldn't, but you know, I don't know. It kind of looks nice anyway. And I always say I don't think it actually harms anything. And people are very scared of valves. I'm not scared of valves. And that just keeps our direction moving the way it should. And paint you. Cool. Does it have enough head lift? You bet it does. Don't even need to check, because we already checked. Oh, that's a bit tight, isn't it? Maybe. I meant like the pipe is really pushing against the thing, but it's fine. So those pipes, I think will have to get full first before they roll around this way, I think. 95%. Don't like seeing that. That's good. That's good. It's supposed to be 200 per minute, isn't it? Oh no, it's 300 eventually. But we need everything to fire all at 100%. So that's at 100, that's at 100, and so is that. So they did well, getting nice and full. These ones aren't full though. 3 of them are. Okay, well we'll just turn this off and turn this off. We'll just let oil build up for a bit. Just make sure it kind of completely floods the pipes and then fills this one. You want to overproduce. Unless I've done any math wrong, but I don't think so. You'll see it soon. What am I missing? Polymer's backing up. Oh yeah. How the hell's that happening? Oh, we never hooked this up, did we not? Thank you. Alright, turn this on again. We want it to be up at 50, if it can. Come on, get to 50. There we go. We get another minute and then we'll turn that one on. And that should be it then. We'll never have to do anything again. I've never heard the term charging a pipe. Priming, you just fill it. Yeah, we primed the pipes, but we didn't fill the machines. Ideally, you want to fill the machines. In my experience, anyway. Couldn't do that though without. You could. The way I would have normally done that is just block the polymer resin out, and then we could just fill it with oil, or block the fuel out. One or the other. Doesn't really matter. Good enough. Alright. GG's. Okay. Given some time, we should see 300 traveling this way. This will be sloshing back and forth maybe a little bit between these pipes, but yeah. There we go. It runs, it works. Given a little bit of time, it may even get up to 100%. These 3 did. I think these 3 will as well. Or if, sorry, 5 or whatever it is. Yeah. They seem good. 30 per minute. 3, 6, 9, 12, 18. We have a belt of 270 carrying it away. Belt of 270 carrying the others away, so that's fine. Urging onto a belt of 4 or something. This is temporary placement anyway. Some of it's, a lot of it's temporary, although I say that all the time. I never really have the time to do cosmetics. That's that. That's pipe logic done. Next up, compacted coal. Compacted coal, we have to go out here and find it, source it, combine it in 8 assemblers, and then bring it down here. How hard can that be? I suppose we should maybe bring with us power. We can fly. Well, I think power is loosely making its way over there already. In real life, sure, but there's no pressure in game. There is actually some... There's push pressure. There's no pull pressure. There's no vacuum pressure. JC Heat Up again with the gifted membership, and it's gone to Ryan. And that's what you get, Ryan. That's what you get for sticking around and cheering people on. And being positive. It's permanently temporary. Yeah, basically. Oh my god, look at the amount of spiders. Oh shit, they're fighting each other. That was such a shot. What a great shot. Just launched a rock right up into his face. Like that. They don't jump, do they not? I thought they do. Anyways, getting distracted. Right, so. There we are. Yeah, I knew power was a bit closer up here. And we've got hogs up there, though. Hogs of War. Anyone ever play that game? Shout out to Hogs of War. What a fun game. What a silly fun game. Oh boy. You little beasts down here, do you have any health? Not really. Let me just hop up here and see if I can manually craft some health real quick. Some medicinal inhalers, I mean. Is it a equipment workshop thing? Can you stop that, please, real quick? Oh wow, we can make some filters. Yes, do that. Make a couple of those. It's actually not that expensive. I thought it was more than that. Don't hit me. I didn't do anything wrong. Alright. Thank you. He listened. Alright. So I only have 37 bullets, so I'm probably just going to get down there and in their face. Need to dump some of this vegetation back at my biofuel plant. But that's why I wanted the inhaler, so I'll just take that and pop that here. Alright. That's the second time that's happened. Dude, that's not fair. He's just like keeps disappearing at like perfect times. Alright, one down. Oh no. He dead? Yeah. Oh, no he's not. He just fell. Wow, man, this is the ultimate fighter. You know, he's teleporting, he's playing dead. Carve him up with a chainsaw. That would be cool if you could fight them with that. Alright, that was fun. In a I never really want to do that again kind of way. But yeah, it's fun. The Great Boulder Wall. Off a path right out there, you could drive along that little bridge. Right, so this is what we want to grab, and we need to put down 8 assemblers. So not much. Where is the radiation coming from, by the way? Somewhere over there. Oh, there. I assume. I like that you call them pigs. The rocks they can... The rocks they throw can turn off your hover pack. Oh, right. I've never had that before. How many hours do I have in the game? I've got 1,600 in the game. 1,600. Alright, yeah, I guess we'll just clear this place a little bit. Maybe try to leave some stuff intact. I like some of those big trees. Don't like these things, though. Because I'm thinking I could just build on the grass. I don't really care. I'm just trying to think, where does the compacted coal go? Do we just send it over on the lift and down? Lame, but maybe. I think, yeah. Just do the functional builds, to be honest. I'm not really... Clearly, the ship has sailed on building anything nice. Not going to go full spaghetti, but... Just not going to make it look too nice. Right, just kind of wanted to get it done. So, miner, Mark II. We need 2 portable miners, okay? Which means we need 4. A lot of spicy enemies near that location. Ooh, spicy. I'd like some Indian food right now. Shout out to Genome Cop, who got me that... Bought me a subscription to the New York Times Cooking. I made chicken soup from the recipe. It was good. I added too much... It was chicken noodle soup. Too many noodles. I followed the recipe, but definitely way too many noodles. I'll make it again, but with way less. Because what happened was, after leaving it... Because it's like 6 portions or something. Rosie's vegan. So it's all for me. So what happened was the noodles just absorbed all the liquid. And just became like... a big mash. But, I mean, the initial bowl I had was great. So I'll definitely do it again. It just needs way less noodles in it. Just thought I should let people know how that went. Because it was someone who bought it for me from this community. Where's the sulfur? Oh, it's over there. Oh, right. For some reason I thought it was from the direction I came. Should we... Whoop. Open that up. I can't believe that that piece of ore is the thing that's hitting me for radiation. Really that? We've already been up to that area. Just one slug. Okay. Make your noodles in a separate pan and just add to your bowl as needed. That would work, yeah. Actually, that'd be a good idea. I think the idea, though, is supposed to be that, like, they absorb the kind of chicken stock and the broth a bit more. But I suppose, at least, yeah, for storage, that would just make a lot more sense. Because ultimately, they're going to absorb it anyway, aren't they? Even if there's less of them. They'll probably get really thick. Yeah, it's a good idea. You're playing baseball with that arm. Do a lot of things with that arm. Alright. 8 assemblers in a line. Build a little mini platform. School expired. Catch that in just one sec. Alright, 8 assemblers. Aim that way? Because I do think their output should go out that way. We'll just feed them in from behind. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have mapped this up better. It's far over as we can go, really. Also in the way. Okay. School expired, with the 5 says 1 hour and 30 minutes behind as of sending this, being 11 to play through, and the ramblings about life, even when having to catch up from behind. Hey, appreciate that, though. Thank you very much. See you in the future. See you in an hour and a half. Appreciate it. Absolutely a legend. Gita is now just joining in with what Ryan did. But no, I appreciate it. I love when people give little likes and stuff to other people who donate. I don't know, it's just nice seeing people do that. Got paid today. Payday. Feels good, man. Ugh. Alright, start from here then. Actually, I'll start from here. We'll leave that one little gap on the side. Or do we need to? I guess we don't need to. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 8. They are all gonna be doing compacted coal. It's gonna be 200 per minute, so easy enough to bring this out. So basically, if I've got any time left in the stream, we'll make it look nicer. But if I don't, you know, it'll just have to be what it is. We'll start here. Maybe just give him some breathing room out on the side. I keep them separated like pho. Make noodles and keep separate. Make soup ahead of time as needed, and warmed noodles. If you undercook the noodles slightly, they draw in a little broth. Good to know. Yeah, that's a good tip. Thanks. I'm one of those weird Americans who put noodles in chili. I always store the chili without the noodles. That's really weird. Noodles with chili, like mincemeat chili. You put noodles in that. I really like my own chili con carne. And the only thing I do a little different, I guess, would be, which isn't that weird, I get like sausage, or typically like American hot dog style, like Frankfurter type things, and chop them up and put them in there. So it's like little additional meat bits. But yeah, I'm a big fan of doing that. Other than that though, my chili con carne is pretty standard, but it's really, I love it. Like, I make it quite spicy. I like spicy food, so big fan. This is actually probably going to go that way, thinking about it. That's a thing in Ohio. I think it's called Guetta or something. Interesting. You boil the dried chili pepper with the noodles. You could set up black powder here with the sulfur and coal as well. I already have black powder. If I had heavy oil, it would have been great. I'll just show you what we currently make without being too long-winded. Black powder I make 580 per minute. So I have a lot, you know. I want to make smokeless powder, but we need to mix it with heavy oil. I just don't have a source of that right now on its own. That could go over there. Thank you for the tip. Because yeah, initially when you look at coal and sulfur together, you're like, yeah, black powder, boom. Alright, so this place needs power, and then we need to assign... Oh, we've already assigned compact coal to all of them, didn't we? Yeah. Just to make power look somewhat neater, and it's also kind of quick to do. We'll just do a beam. What thing? Guess here. Vault 12 meters. its own little containment. Now, if you want to be kind to that little tree next to us, which I do, use a half foundation, just stay clear of it. That gives us enough room to use our mergers and splitters or whatever. Probably should have just blueprinted this thinking about it, but anyway. Also, I had McDonald's breakfast today. I normally never go to McDonald's. I've gone like twice now in the last month for some reason. Shout out to the breakfast. I think the breakfast is better than the normal menu. At least here in the UK. Hash browns are pretty good. Now I want chili. Yeah, same. Same here. What am I having tonight? I think I just have a frozen pizza. But a good one. The Tesco Taste the Difference pizza. So we'll see if we can taste the difference. Right, so that's all got power now, so I don't need you anymore. You're redundant. Bjorn de Boer. Cool name. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat. No message, but appreciate it nevertheless. Thank you. No, I said nevertheless. Definitely appreciate it. Message or not is what I meant. Just had chili for lunch. I miss Tesco's pizza. I'm not really... I don't really like frozen pizzas at all. It's pretty rare that I have them, but every now and then I'll go for one. I'm like, yeah, that's okay. Now I'll never have another one again. I don't need that now again for a long time, you know? That's just how I feel about it. I think that's kind of in the way for a straight belt, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. It'll just tilt it. But restaurant pizza, thin crust, what I'm all about. Love that. So we'll start here. Yes. Has any Satisfactory YouTuber beaten the game yet? Like Bits or Total X Clips or any of those guys? I know people have beaten the game, but I just mean like one of the regular YouTubers. It's still in phase 3. Oh, really? Oh, I say that as if like, can you believe it? But he's building way bigger, so yeah, it makes sense. Epiphany did it in 20 hours on day 1. Yeah, well, that's just... Nobody counts that. Yeah, that's impressive, yeah. That's cool. Don't know why I'm doing this. Don't want to do this just yet. I'm gonna go up another layer now. I wonder did that person get sent the game early? Because if they did it 20 hours on the first day, first try, that's insane. Like, hadn't even seen the update before, didn't know about dimensional depots or anything. You know, really. Like, that's impressive. If you just literally figured it out. But if you had it a few days in advance and then you were like, on day 1, I'm gonna go for it. It's still impressive, but it's like, okay, at least that can make sense. They are milking the game. I hope people don't think I'm milking it. I'm going as fast as I can, and I don't have any of the saves or anything. Well, maybe not as fast as I can. If I had a gun to my head, I'd be doing things a bit quicker, I guess. But I ain't milking it. It's just 200. Okay, yeah. So belt speed. Okay, Mark 3 is okay. And definitely not milking it actually, because it's actually harming my channel, harming my channel doing these streams. Somewhat. I don't mean to say that sound really negative. I need to do some videos basically, but I'm kind of behind on that because I'm trying to prepare for a series and just get other things in order. See you later, Gita. It's a sandbox. The giant ass rail lines are cool. No time though. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I wouldn't say anyone's milking it. I'm sure if they're doing things and they're taking their time with it and trying to build nice, they're trying to just build impressively. You don't get anything if you beat the game any earlier. And I don't think if they did beat the game, people would just stop watching them or anything. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with that sentiment. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Alright. Who doesn't love the sound of a nice calming trickle of a Geiger counter in the background? To settle your nerves. Alright, so that's one of them hooked up. This one then needs to go as well. Just move it over here. Alright, cool. Right, let's just make that Mark III. That'll be our compacted coal done. It's fine. Alright, go down here. And you can turn on 240 a minute. We only need 200. One day we'll get more out of it. Or some other thing. Right, so when all of that's made, it needs to go down here and then into that factory somewhere. How that's going to work, how we're going to do it, no idea. Plan at the moment is just to bring this down vertically, and this, we're traveling right down the middle of it. Bring this out like a bridge and then turn it somewhere. But I'll make that look like a bridge. Trying to power through these required work trying to power through these, sorry, required work video, and you're the only thing keeping me sane. Team's back now, right? We're back. We're back. We're back? Yeah, I don't know. I think it was actually me, not you guys. My OBS said that it just stopped sending packets, like upload data. I don't know why. Couldn't find a reason, but then I couldn't close OBS either. It was like stuck, so I just killed it and then restarted it, so guess we're okay. YouTube's pretty good at keeping the thing going, though, that way. It said I had 263 viewers. That can't be... Or is it? Oh, right. I had 394, and then it fell down. I see. Cool. All right. hopefully we all good. I'll just mention it again. Just refresh in the chat. Just anyone needs a 270. Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't mind. I was just wondering if that's what I had the whole time or if it was just because of the drop. It's all good though. I want to know if the splitter has been sorted. What splitter is that you're wondering about? Super chat to celebrate being back. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, JC. I left and came back. I'm guessing others did the same. Oh, I'm sure people will come back. It's all good. I really don't mind. It's all good. My timer's refreshed though, so that's difficult to remember when I'm supposed to be done, but it's okay. Just wanted to extend this out this way just to complete the look. Could have given this one a different color, maybe, because it's turbo fuel. Maybe red. Kind of red. It's like an orangey glow. It's the color I used in the aluminum plant, actually. Oh. No? Oh, it is. Yeah, I guess so. It just doesn't look... I guess it doesn't look as bright. There we go. Yeah, it looks kind of better. A little bit. Yeah, using the hover pack to do this is so much nicer because not only am I floating, I actually can look through pieces of terrain and stuff, so that's quite nice. What I was hoping to do was actually rotate that back around where it was and then bring stuff out down the center. I'd have to go back this way. The second last splitter, you missed it. Oh, this one. Good call. Yeah, you got it. What's wrong with it, though? Oh, it's not actually being plugged into. I see. Thanks. That's a good catch. Good catch on that one. It's Jocelyn. Tall Iron Factory, episode at 4:49:37. Let's see what I said. Thanks for the super chat, Diogo. Tall Iron Factory. What darn place? Is it taken over? It's their factory now. Let's have a look. So, Tall Iron Factory. Building a multi-purpose tall iron factory. This was a stream. When did I do this? Oh, is this playthrough? Cool. At 4:49:37. Hired the rest of them for all I care. Even just giving $1, it's like, yeah, you can pretty much hire the rest of them for all I care. Was that it? The fact that I said you could pirate my videos if you give $1 because at that point you paid for the ad revenue? That's true. Well, the real answer is using premium, but I know premium is quite expensive for a lot of people. It depends on how much ad block. Yeah, I don't recommend ad block, but each to their own. I'm not going to judge. Alright, anyways, to focus back up. Right, so this is going to be... They're learning. Kind of. Maybe, I wonder did he respawn from when they did that jump? Wow, he's properly messed up now. And I hit him. Not honorable, but spiders, man, you know? Doesn't need to be. Anyway, I'm back from a Satisfactory holiday after following your entire early access playthrough. Amazing work there. Do you think you'll do something similar for 1.0? Yes, including floor plans? No. I'll be doing a similar playthrough, and I'll give out my saves, but I'm not going to do the floor plans and all that kind of stuff. It's just way too much work, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I need this to do this. I don't know if this is gonna work. I hope it does. I feel like it's not going to, but come on. Of course not. So close. Oh, I'm actually off though. I'm not on the center. God, I'm so silly billy. Try it again. There. Aiming out that way. Going all the way up. There. Getting rid of that. You go in there. Yay! It works. They need an improved belt. I'll do that in a moment. That's our compact coal traveling along here now. And the other thing I wanted to do then was power it. Power line can go to there. Go to here or something. I don't know. Now we'll just connect that up. Fine, just for a moment. Alright. This will be our compact coal. Make it, it's 200 per minute, so it needs to be a Mark III. Now with this, power line can connect, so we can float all along our bridge seamlessly. I thought long streams were good for channels. Well, it depends. It depends. A long video on YouTube is good, right? Because there'll be more ads on the video. Basically, watch time is the most important thing on YouTube. It's like, how long do you have people watching? It's important for a few reasons, not just ads. But, well, ultimately, I think the reason is ads. But even from a creator standpoint, watch time is important because it'll encourage YouTube to recommend your video, you know? If you've got, I don't know, 10-minute video, and people watched all 10 minutes, that's great, but there is a limit. So there's a couple of metrics that you see on YouTube. One of them being audience retention. One of the most crazy things is that once you become a YouTuber, and it's not just me, I've seen it on other channels too, loads of channels. In fact, I've never seen it not true. Is that I'd say something like 60% of viewers just click off within the first 30 seconds, no matter the video. A huge drop. You just see your audience retention graph. It always just starts here and it's like bang, straight down. It's like YouTube auto plays a video, maybe people just click off or something. I don't know what it is. Or they click in and click out. 60%. Pretty high. I've had it higher where it's like 80%, but I think generally speaking at least 60% for it would be true for almost all videos on YouTube. So anyway, keeping people watching is like one of the most important things you can do. And keeping them, and also engagement. So it's like, okay, if you can, it's good to keep people watching, but you want to also prove that they're real. They're not bots or something. So they should click the like button. That kind of helps encourage the fact that they're probably real. They would have made an account, etc. A slight encouragement. Not a foolproof thing, but it helps. By the way, Sidlevar, thank you very much for a channel membership. Appreciate that. You're tooed out of their minds. But yeah, not to be too long-winded with it. What else do I need to mention? Yeah, so is long streams good? Long streams are good if you can keep people watching the whole way through. It's as good as any video then. But it's no better because it's a stream. Streams get recommended less often, so they tend to die quicker than a video. Not always. And typically people are put off by clicking something that says 4 hours. Especially if it's... The feeling is that they need to have maybe watched what's happened before, you know? To know what's going on. It's different if you want to watch a one-off, I don't know, Joe Rogan podcast or something. It's like, oh, 4 hours, but it's like a contained conversation. But like a Let's Play or you know, a stream where it's like, hey, we're on like part 50 of this campaign. It's like, well, probably not going to click into that because I haven't watched the first 50 hours. Some people will. A lot of people won't. Some people go all the way back and start catching up, which is also interesting. Anyways, hopefully that all makes sense. I don't have any preference. I just haven't uploaded a regular video in a while, so my views are going down. I thought long stream with good viewer retention meant the algorithm would recommend the stream more over others. Maybe it recommends the stream while it's live, I don't know. I'm kind of new to the streaming side of YouTube. Kenrick Grunwald gifted 5 memberships to Dr. Helfenstein, or Stein, TGS Ragnarok, Melvin P, Rajneesh Anand, and Mikhail, or Mikhail. It could be Mikhail, some people say Mikhail Harris. And then also Ethan Alumba, upgraded to tier 2. So appreciate that as well, thank you. But yeah, that screen that I had open a minute ago, oh, I've closed it now. It did show the audience retention on this stream. I don't mind showing it. If we can see it. Oh, it's not, it's gone now. Oh no, it's still there. Here you go. I never look at this. This was closed. That's why I never see my viewers. But this would actually tell you your viewers, views, duration, the chat revenue. And that was where we had the drop, the frame drop or whatever. Kind of interesting. What else can you see? Chat rate and views. Views? Well, obviously views just build over time as people come in. But yeah, I don't know if it gets any stronger or better. Never really looked at this, to be honest. It's so weird seeing myself in the... Anyway, it's closest. It drives me mad. Alright, so the compacted coal, it's been made. We've got it basically in the right location. The good thing now, actually, the way we've come in is we can just go along here and then go along the back of those ones. How good is that? It's almost like I planned it, like master planner. Just, you know, I don't know, pretty good. Anyways, we'll just keep building out with the concrete foundation so we can kind of lay out where that's going to go. So, well, actually, it's going to drop right around here, isn't it? We're just going to drop straight down. Just feed it in. See how that does for us. Ooh. And then, yeah, I guess we're going to need a lift somewhere here. Is that okay? It's pretty far out from that side, but I don't think that'll be an issue. We'll keep it central. Look. The funny thing was, it was actually on the center of the line originally, that belt between 2 foundations. I was like, no, that's only going to cause problems. It would have actually worked really well. But oh well. Now I'm just going to keep it on the center line. I mean, I could change it, but it's fine. So just somewhere here, I guess we'll start it, get the ball rolling. This is going to have to go up and over though, so... That'll match that height, won't it? Alright, get these trees out of the way. It's a cool look behind the curtains. Yeah, back in the day I used to show all my analytics to everybody. When I was funded on Patreon. I felt they deserved to see where their money went. Is this 30-second drop-off not because of hover preview that YouTube does? No, it used to be a thing even before the hover preview thing. Like it's always been a thing. I think once autoplay got introduced, that's when the retention drop became noticeable. And autoplay is a really old feature now. And then around that time is also when they switched from subfeed to recommended as their home tab was primarily recommendations. Split it, right? think I will actually change this to be on this side. I won't go any further back. Is that too close? Nah, it's too close. Alright, I'll leave it. Could have it there. And then just move that in. I'd be okay with that. I kind of want to leave some space for a walkway. Lichen Main. Lichen Main. Thank you very much for becoming Tribune. Testing something says for me. Spider noises, man. All right, let's just plug these all in now, nice and quick, like 1, 2, 3. You've been playing for 4 hours. I'm gonna take a break. Remember, I was real tired. I'm feeling buzzing now. I like those plans that you show before you start building. I do think similar, but notebook paper. Yeah, normally I write everything down on notebooks. I just did it there and that for you guys, for the visual of you. But normally when I'm actually just like writing things myself, I just do it all on notebook paper and then I make the visual for the video. I don't actually use Milanote to plan things. I use Milanote when I'm working on Manor Lords. And I just like the program, so I was like, oh yeah, it's a good visual tool. I can main upgraded. Oh my god, tier 3 out of their mind. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. What happened? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but when you became tier 1 just there, and I said tier 1, did you then think, oh no, I wanted to be higher? Or did you feel some sort of pressure? Or what happened in the time between events there? Or did you always mean to click the third one? I'd just be curious to know. Now, not all of these are actually needed. We only needed 13.3. We've got 15. One of them can go. Maybe one that's on a bit of awkward terrain, like this one maybe? And then we'll just underclock them. We're making turbo fuel. We've got 300 turbo fuel divided by 14 machines. And by the way, don't worry if you don't want to answer. That's okay. 21.428751, classic. Easy number there. That's the number I want to bring in. How do I make that happen? It doesn't offer a tier pick from the beginning. Or I just didn't notice. Interesting. Good to know. I'll have to look into that. Just out of curiosity if that's true. It may just be the case you didn't notice, but I could see it being a thing where it does just say, try to get you in the door. Anyway, thank you though. Tier 3 is a lot of money, so thank you. This is your conscience speaking. Make a blueprint of stacked splitters to reduce... Yeah, because I keep doing that, right? To get them layered. I actually had that a long time ago, but their bounding boxes off, but that's all been fixed now, so I really should. Old habits, I guess. I'm not going to do it now, though. But I will do that. That is a good idea. That was another thing that was mentioned. There was another blueprint thing that was mentioned. I was like, oh yeah, I really should do that in future. Might be the thing I was actually thinking of earlier today. A quality of life or some sort of blueprint thing that I hadn't thought about that made sense after the fact. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I just don't know what it is. There's something in my mind. Yo, when City Skylines 2 new video coming out? Haven't seen one in so long. No time soon. No plans to do one right now. I'd like to get back to it, but I just have absolutely no bandwidth to do it. I can barely... I'm supposed to just do 2 Satisfactory streams per week. 2 Anno 1800 videos per week. And 3 Frostpunk. Frostpunk's by far the easiest. I just sit down and record. There's no planning for it. I just do it. But for some reason, the other 2 just take me a really long time. So I was supposed to do 2 Anno videos this week. Missed yesterday's one. And I wanted to record it this morning. Even woke up early to do it. Still just couldn't do it. I have a mental block with it sometimes. It's not to break out a little violin or anything like that. It's just sometimes I just feel like I'm not in the right headspace. I'm sitting at my computer and I just... Every time I record and I'm just like, this sucks. Just delete it. Not good enough. Like, I'm just sitting there questioning what I'm doing. Like, as I'm playing. I'm like... oh, do I build this here? I don't know. I'm like sitting in menus too much. I'm just like, this sucks. So I just end up not doing it. So that's what happens. And that's why videos get delayed. I'm not sitting around doing, I don't know what I would be doing otherwise, but I don't go out, don't really have any friends or anything here. I just sit and work all day, but I'm just in my own head a lot with stuff. With feeling like it's not good enough. And at the moment I'm battling with the idea that, well, maybe consistency needs to be better than quality. Because I've always tried for quality first. But I don't think many people care. So maybe it'd just be better to just turn on the camera and do, or not even the camera, but you know what I mean, the recording, and just go ahead and record whatever. But I feel like you'll lose people that way over time. I just can't shake that. Because why would you want to tune into someone for an hour who doesn't know what they're doing? Who frankly doesn't have like this amazing personality. He's like real funny or something. It's not like, it's different for someone who has that. People tune into me to like learn a little bit about the game and see how things are done, typically in a good way. So anyways, hope that kind of answers your question. So there's no City Skylines because I couldn't keep up with other video series, and at the time it was the worst performing one. As much as I like the game, I'd love to get back to it, but I don't know when I will. Also, the game was super buggy when I left it. I was like, yeah, screw this, I'll just come back to it once they do a couple patches, and they did, and there was a really great mod that happened where it's like, oh, you can make your city really detailed now. And I remember I recorded a whole video for it, and I was like designing a bridge and stuff, and I was like, this is great. And yeah, it just never happened. What's my schedule at the moment? It's just Wednesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. UK time, or roughly around then, like within a, if it's not at 3 p.m. it'll be shortly after, typically UK time. But well, I haven't missed it anyway, Wednesdays and Thursdays. A couple times I've been quite late, but I'll still do my 5 hours basically. You're more than good enough. Now I know how it sounds, and I really don't mean it to sound, I'm just being honest, you know. It's just sometimes I'm just, that's why people ask me why, and I don't really have an excuse other than just telling the truth. It's like, oh, I sat down and I recorded and I just thought it sucked, so I just didn't upload it. That's what happened. You know, it's like, that's really all I can do to explain it sometimes. And it's nice that people are like, oh, that's okay, like your stuff's good. It's like the stuff you see is good. Hopefully. That's the point. That's the point. Oh yeah, sorry, and I mentioned I'll see you later, May. If you do catch the VOD later, shout out to May. She has internet trouble at the moment. Or they do. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words. What I was trying to do was find that number, right? So, oh, I guess I know how to do it. Let's see. Big brain math here. It's going to be, I've never done anything like this. This is be unlocking a whole new thing. So that number divided by this number should give me the percentage. If I, so 95.23. And then what I can even do is just times that by 100. Copy that formula. Paste it in here. Boom. 21429. I did it. I found out how to get that number in there. I think. Yes. Great. There we go. That's how we clock them. Couldn't tell you how I just did that, but it's done. Nailed it. Mall liveries. Mal liveries. Thank you very much for the channel membership. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't even think it is imposter syndrome. I don't even think it is that. I just think sometimes I feel like as I've gotten older, I've slowed down. And I don't know what that's all about. It like takes me multiple hours throughout the day now to get to a point where I'm like, it's like how I started the stream. I was like, oh no, I'm like feeling tired. It's almost like I've got brain fog, as people say. It's like that. Where it's like, oh, it's just, I can recognize that it's taking me longer to put 2 and 2 together for certain things. It's a really weird feeling. It's only happened in the last few years. Some people say it's COVID, actually, because I did get COVID twice. But anyway, although it was I think it was happening a little bit before that, to be honest. Just before, yeah, probably since 2019. Anyways, the point is, it's like, I'll sit down and I'll be like, it's just taking me a little longer than it would otherwise. It's almost like I haven't had my caffeine or something like that, or I didn't sleep well, but it's not the case. Jerry, is that you? So I know everyone's been really kind, and maybe I am. This is just reaffirming I'm in my own head. I don't know. But it's almost like, yeah. God, this is in the middle of the thing as well. It's like there's more to it. And I can just visibly see. I'm like, oh, I'll sit down to play Anno, a game where there's a lot of moving parts, and you're trying to think about things all the time. And I'm like, just can't seem to remember things, you know? So I'm like, oh, inherently, I feel like this will be worse to watch, because I'm having to question myself, look things up, or taking longer to solve problems. Like, that's it. That's all it is. So I'm like, oh, okay, so, you know, I'm gonna... Oh, shit. 1, 2. I'll be like 20 minutes in, I'm like, this sucks, man. I'm like hydrating, and then I'll go out I'll try to do some exercise, I'll try and do loads of different things. I'm like, nah, it's just none of it's good enough. And then it's like I need a reset. And then some days I wake up and I'm like, super snappy. It's great. No problem. But maybe it is just a confidence thing. I don't know. Or an anxiety thing. I don't know. I never really felt like I struggled with any of that stuff until a couple of years ago. I remember thinking I didn't even know what it must be like to have depression or something. And then I went through it for just for 1 month. It wasn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. But I was like, oh shit. But before then, I'd never experienced it. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, it always came across to me like people were just being lazy or something. It's like, oh, I just don't feel like getting up today. I don't feel like doing things today. I'm like, just do it though. But when it actually hits, it's like, oh, okay, I see. You want to, but you actually can't. It's just really weird. But anyway, where we're going with this conversation. Anyway, that started for me in my 40s. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about it. It's just going to keep getting worse. Because, you know, I don't want cognitive decline and general slowdown. When you're working for yourself, that's a real potential issue. Anyway, I'm new. Sorry, Vivek, that you had to listen to all that. How many hours am I in? I'm 1,600 hours. What does that tell you? A lot of people ask that when they first join. They're like, how many hours you got? Are you a real gamer? Or is this your first time playing? Alright, let's just set all these machines. That's the compacted coal now sorted. They've all reached their destination. Next is the pipe logic. Then we can turn on, and then we have turbo fuel. Then we need to find a place to put all of our fuel generators, and then we're done. And we have a little bit of time left. Yeah, we could do this. You know how many generators are needed? Oh crap, copied the wrong thing. Copy that, paste that, that. Just gonna give these guys a nice color. Card's been red for the turbo fuel they produce. Alright. Turboed out of our minds. Mark 3'd out of our minds. Mark 3. Yeah, I want this to stay as Mark. You know what? Get a little clever with it. Make it Mark 2 and just double check that that will be enough. 15 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 75. Yep, Mark 2 is fine. JC, hey nope. He nope. Again. Love the profile picture, by the way. Went to Legolas Stormlassen. Yeah, I think actually what it is probably anxiety, and I think it's not to be all, you know, personal or whatever. I think it's stress related. Because for the first time ever, just a little while ago, I think I was telling people, like, my body like completely shut down, and I was so tired. And I was taking days off, and I was just so tired. Like, I'd wake up, I'd be like, okay, I think I'm okay, and like an hour later, almost passing out. Like, I remember me and Rosie went to get food, because I wasn't feeling good either. Like, mentally, I was just like not in a good headspace for whatever reason. Again, this is all sort of new to me. It's only in the last few years that I'd ever feel like this every now and then. And I was explaining to her, I was like, it's coming in waves. It's like, oh, fine for months. And then you just have this wave, like 3 weeks, you just feel like absolute trash. And I'm like, this really sucks, because I would rather not feel that way. Just for no reason. When I was younger, it just didn't feel anyway. It just felt great the whole time. It's great. Didn't know that until it went away. Alright, I want to be able to talk and play, because I know that I can annoy people just talking in random circles. I guess hook up power. We'll do that next. anyways, went to doctors and all that, and they didn't really find anything wrong, and they couldn't really suggest anything. Blood work was all good, so it's like, oh, because I really thought it was diabetes. It seemed like I had all the symptoms for it, and I eat a lot of sugar, to be honest. So it seemed like, yeah, oh crap, maybe it's caught up to me, or something. But, you know, blood works and everything was all good. And I was due to go to like a stag weekend and everything that weekend. I went to Ireland for it. My friend lives there, and I'm from there. And so I was like a groomsman. It was going to be great. But as soon as I got over, I was just so... Well, I was tired beforehand anyway, but I couldn't go. Like, I was just so exhausted. I was really disappointed. He's like one of my best friends. And I was like, I can't make it. You know, I just can't go. I ended up going to the hospital instead. And they were just like, can't find anything wrong with you. It's just like, oh. And then it just kind of cleared up over time. And I'm starting to lean towards like maybe it was actually stress. Like I don't really feel stressed in the moment, but there is a lot going on, not just in my own work or whatever. But now I've got 2 jobs. You know, shout out to my partner. I love her, but she has no job at the moment, so that might have contributed a little bit to the more pressure. We're trying to get a house. Think about all that. So I don't know, maybe a few things were just piling up or something, or maybe the channel wasn't doing well that month. I don't really know. That could have been it. I hope that it's something as simple as that, because there's lots of ways to reduce stress, or try to. But if it was deeper than that, it's a bit more of a problem then, isn't it? Anyway, hope people don't mind a little bit of personal insight there, a little bit. But I'm the type of guy, and I'm probably just an asshole, but you know, there was about a year or 2 years ago where mental health was being talked about a lot, and it felt like a lot of creators were like burning out and talking about that, and I was like, oh man, whatever. So that's why one of the reasons I refrain from talking about it. I think it's good to talk about things, but I think a lot of people are just tired of hearing about that from, frankly, people that are, you know, in positions where it's like, I'm getting paid to play video games. Do you really need to hear me complaining about anything? Not really. At least that's probably my cynical, you know, meaner way of looking at things. Yeah. So I like to think I'm somewhat self-aware of how that might come across. Anyway, so how goes the build? Pretty good. We're making a turbo fuel plant. We're going to be... I didn't actually check how much turbo fuel are we making by the end of it. 250. So nothing crazy, but we're tapping impure oil nodes. And then we're able to hook up a decent amount of refineries together. We've got the fuel in place. The compacted coal is in place and making its way over. Just need to now hook these up to power, and then they can turn on and make their turbo fuel. And I'll probably do that before I even hook up their outputs, just to flood them, completely max them out. And then we'll decide where the fuel generators go, and then we're done. And then maybe try to make the place look a bit nicer. Got any time. I genuinely agree. I think it is good for people to talk about what they're going through, but I think it can end up being a one-way conversation when it's just a content creator talking to their audience about it. Rather than, like, I don't know. There's an old saying for people who are entertainers, which is leave yourself at home. And I kind of agree with that. It's like, everyone's got something. I think it just depends on what degree do you talk about it, right? If you're on your camera crying, well, it depends how severe things are. But if you're always complaining about it, it's like, maybe that's a bit of an issue. I've only brought it up because I'm trying to be honest with people. You know, I see people come in all the time saying, like, when's City Skylines? Or when's this series? Oh, you missed Anno today? It's like, damn, man, I don't have an excuse for you other than just telling you the truth now, at this point. That's kind of why I talk about it, but yeah. But I also don't want anyone to ever be, like, walking on eggshells, feeling like they can't say something. I got a great comment from Dion, a long-time channel member, and he was saying on a recent stream that he's like, I'm probably in the minority, but I really don't like me going off on tangents so much. Especially when I'm just like hopping around, not just talking, because I can't talk and play at the same time sometimes. You know, so, and I totally get that. And he's totally nice about it. And someone was like, oh, dude, you don't have to say that. Just like, don't be negative and things. And it's like, well, kind of being constructive. I'd rather people tell me, you know, what isn't, an ick isn't the right word, but what would potentially make them click off or switch off, especially for someone who's like a channel member and things that are people who are invested. You know, I wouldn't want people to ever feel like they can't express it and say like, you know what, I don't really feel like Darren hearing about talking about anxiety. Not why I'm here. I'm gonna get rid of some of these now, not really needed as much. That, put this out to the side here. Right, so. Oh, we haven't done the pipes. God, yeah, I thought there was something missing. Done all the, yeah, okay, pipes next. And then, that should be quick enough though, because it's all just the one pipeline. So eventually it'll all just fill itself. We just, because I was thinking like, oh, we'll have different pipes go into all the different rooms and that might look nice, but really we just need one pipeline. Pretty much. Why complicate it? Anyways, that is general rule for work. Leave yourself time for home. Okay, I haven't read the full joke. I'm gonna go in with this. A man goes to a doctor. That's how the story always begins. Doctor, I'm depressed, the man says. Life is harsh, unforgiving, cruel. The doctor lights up. The treatment, after all, is simple. The great clown Pagliacci is in town tonight, the doctor says. Go and see him. That should sort you out. The man bursts into tears. But doctor, he says, I am Pagliacci. Oh. Sad clown syndrome. Yes. There wasn't really a funny punchline to that one. I was hoping it was just kind of like, oh no. Although I see what that's kind of a deep thing actually thinking about it. Like, well, he makes people happy enough to, where the doctor prescribes going to see him. Kind of nice. So deep, man. Well, it kind of is. Green line. We are lined up. Bad clown syndrome. That's a real thing. Comedians are often depressed. Or a high percentage of comedians are apparently depressed. Although, it might not be necessarily related to being a comedian. Often comedians are actually quite intelligent, so it could be to do with that. But, I don't know. Best advice is to be you, but what if you're just not a very nice person? Works, right? 1, 2. And then this can go around that way. I guess it has to just go a bit closer. There we go. I feel like it could, sorry, go about there. Hopefully it's not in the way then of the... Actually, yeah, there's good. Okay, sorry. I say sorry as if anyone gives a damn. I don't know. man. Having that hover pack, so good. Oop. Oh no, that worked. Now we turned everything on upstairs, didn't we? We should have a nice full fat fluid buffer up there. What happened? What? It only halfway filled. Matthew, Gillarducci. Hopefully that said that okay. Love your satisfactory content. Do think quality is important because there are a lot of lower tier creators that I refuse to watch, but I'm also quite sure you're being too hard on yourself. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Spicy darn is funny. Maybe to some. Yeah. We should have enough head lift though. We counted it. You know? We're on the level of where there's... It's just 8. We have 10 meters of head lift. That's just 8. Is that the problem? Because, let's not forget, we're not also working from the... I wouldn't have thought, from the very, very bottom. Like, that's at least a meter off. So that should match the top bit there. It doesn't hurt to add a pump. I suppose we could find out if that is the cause then. That will tell us, right? If we just add a pump, that will give me the answer. I've used this method many times in this playthrough, and that's always worked. In fact, we've gone a little closer to the line than that on multiple occasions. Where I'm like, I think it's like 11 meters, but screw it, and it works totally fine. That must be it. Wow, I've never done that in this playthrough so far. Shout out to that person who said, are you sure the head lift is fine? And I was kind of jokingly like, yeah, I got it already. I guess not. Damn. Hey, bingos, bongos. Not to the top of the fluid buffer? That's not how that works, though. That's not how that works. It's not actually filling like that. I think it just wasn't getting enough. Like, it doesn't fill vertically. At least that would be news to me if that's the case. Like, for instance, you could test that, I suppose. If we just got a... Let's test it. I want to know. I can do this quickly. We just need one water extractor. Water, right? Now. We can't do that. We need a foundation. So arguably, that's just like almost a little too high. Is what we want. Well, actually, no. I want my fluid buffer's like height to be over the limit. So if we start from there, that is actually quite straight across there. If anything, it's going down a little bit. So let's say that this is our 0. We need to go up to 10. That's 4. That's 8. Right, so we know comfortably, hopefully, right? 8. Let's just even meet somewhere in the middle. Right, so I'm going to put a fluid buffer up here. Alright, so we are now 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 7 meters. Maybe 8, right? 8 meters, if we want to say, because this definitely comes down a little bit. So let's say 8 meters. Right, so 8 meters off the ground. My logic would dictate that that fluid buffer will fully fill. If it's true that the height of the buffer actually matters, then it should only really fill to about there. Find out. Watch out for alligators, I know, right? Do I have any power shards? 6. 300 per minute. Build this thing. It's such a shame you can't see the headlift and indicator on the coming out of the initial buildings. You only see it on the when you put a pump on. Alright, so we'll look at that in a minute. The question will be whether or not it fills completely. Because my whole thing over here is I don't know how that's happened. The support, I guess, has added a meter, but even so, 1, 2, so that'd be 10. Maybe I was just that little bit over. That's crazy if that's the case. I say crazy, it's just I've just never experienced it before. That's all. I could lower this whole thing down by 2 meters to get rid of the pump, but I guess we'll just live with the mistake. Leave the pump where it is. Alright, anyway. That's gonna fully fill now. How much headlift do refineries provide? I thought everything provided 10, but maybe they don't. Does it say in the game? Allows fluids to be transported 10 meters upwards. But you know what the difference might be? Maybe this is counted from the base or something? Because from a water extractor, it's not counted from the base. It's counted from the mouth of the output. So if we count the base, which is where we're walking, it's still... That's 8 meters, and then, yeah, 9 and 10. I just can't get over that. just because I've done it so many times. And it's, like, never been a problem. With the Mythbusters. We'll see soon enough. Can't wait for that to fill. They added that during 1.0. Fluid buffer is quite tall. It is, but I don't think that makes a difference. But I could be wrong. How tall is a fluid buffer, actually? That'd be worth finding that out then. It's probably 10 meters. Seems to be. Suspiciously at 10 meters, actually. Oh no, it's not. It's a bit more than that. Looking at like maybe 11 till the top of the dome, 12 for the top of the building, just about. Alright, anyways, I just want to make sure these pipes are hooked up, so... Those are all connected. That feeds down to here. We haven't connected these ones yet. I don't know if I've actually connected the machines either. Once I move past coal gens, I stop worrying about pumps. I just add them. I know, it's like a weird efficiency thing, right? It's like if you can avoid adding a little pump, then you should. But I mean, it's, what is it, 4 megawatts of power? It really is nothing, like in the grand scheme of things. Which is why I always find people who like use the water tower thing quite funny. It's like, how much are you really saving, you know? Even if you need 10 pumps, you're saving like 40. 4 megawatts, a Mark II pump is 8 megawatts. It really is nothing. And it's actually kind of satisfying to see them pumping, but, you know. Inefficient. You never in a video, when you're telling people how to build things, go like, oh, just stick a pump on it. Why? Ah, just make life easier for me. Because I got the number wrong. Just reached the halfway mark. Crank everything and sloop your rocket fuel. Haven't made it that far yet. God, this place looks like a disaster. Alright. You're ready. You're free to get hooked up, right? Sure, why not? As they say. Those machines are all connected. This one's missing a plug. Okay, they're all good. You know, I know it always snaps to the nearest one. Nice quality of life feature would be it doesn't re-snap to anything until you're about to run out of range. I don't have to hear doof 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 constantly. Like that circle's full. Just re-snap to something when the circle's not full. Sorry. Alright, 200 per minute. Alright, all we gotta do is connect this up then, and we're good to go. It's a little off to the side. That's alright. I think. Fine by me, and we'll just go somewhere like there. Kind of cool being against the wall though, isn't it? And then you just plug into any junction you want. Much Godspeed. That should be 300 per minute. Low and down, even though the pipe's not full. That's kind of interesting. How's that even possible? Not supposed to be able to transfer at 300 unless the pipe is full. Although the pipe is strangely long, so maybe that's why I don't know. I know it's going vertical, but still. Learning a few new things today. Oh no, the grass is creeping through here. What a disaster. Alright, anyways, we are now making turbo fuel. It's as easy as that. Could have waited a bit longer for the compacted coal to get in there. See which ones aren't lit yet. I guess we'll have to wait for them to kind of all fill. I could actually just cut the power momentarily, and we'll just let the pipes fill all the pipes they can, just for a little bit. Once that gets backed up, then we'll just connect power again. It should just help a little bit. Pipe is always buggy. Not for me, no. Not for me. Alright, let's check out the water thing. Duh. As expected, height does not matter. This is definitely over 10 meters, right? So, test proven. So I don't know what's happening there. Because it is, to me, does not read like 10 meters, but apparently it's too short somehow. But fair enough. Alright. Not until this pipe fills are we ready. I want every segment to be full, all the way to the back. And seeing as we're bringing things down from a higher up point, they should all fill no matter what, even if it's coming up or down. Now, last thing to do is just to hook up 13.333 recurring fuel generators, all overclocked, power sharded out of their minds, if we can use all those shards. And that will give us the, I don't know what that gives us for power actually. But a significant bump, I should hope. I think the copper with unpainted junctions, chef's kiss, you know, looks really good. Doesn't it? I'm sure the coal belts are good. Volume seemed low, no? It is supposed to be 200 a minute. You're right, though. It did seem low. I mean, that is low. There's something wrong there. Oh, yeah. They're all Mark 1 on the top of the bridge. Everything's correct except for just the first line out there. So we can go fix that. Good call. Oh, that's a Mark 1 too. But yeah, these I remember had to be improved. There we go. Should fix it. Think. While we're here, floating around, let's do the walkway underpass. So the walkway support on top. Midsection, which never flippin' works for whatever reason. Don't know why. Just won't connect on. Slide it on in there. And this one will connect on afterward. Autosave, got a couple speeders down there. Oh, stop. Embarrassing yourselves. Ooh, can I get the bottom? Will be the bottom. It's fine. Okay, getting a little close for my liking. We bring them off the edge of the cliff again? Doesn't seem to kill them, it seems to just reset them. Oh. Oh yeah, back in the day I used to have little lights on these things. I guess one of them was left over. Alright, that's pretty much good enough. It's on a slant, it's a bit awkward. From a distance it looks a bit better. I don't know what we're gonna do with that. I mean, that doesn't even need to exist. It could just be steel, these things. Steel foundations that go all the way up. That could look kind of nice. So with that one there, it would need to be on this point, I would imagine. Something like that. It's a little weird that it would be like that. It would have to be probably here. Oh, I hate when that does that. It says that it can't connect anymore for some reason. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's like blueprint mode is like one tick short for the nudging. This one could just be replaced. Sorry about this. I know that things are weird. Oh my god, that looks awful from real far away. Also, why did it do that a second ago? Now it's okay. Also, this isn't really connected in. Gap. Alright, I'll just forget the spiders for a second. Oh my god, they attacked each other. Huh. One of them must have landed on the other one or something. That's kind of cool. Could have just done that so long ago. Alright, pump the jam. We could pump some jam. For a little bit. Are these connected? These ones are okay, but yeah, it looks like the bottom support isn't connected correctly. Okay, well, for now, I'll just grab this. We'll just let it go all the way through the ground. It's not a big deal. Get rid of that and that. And I'll just make a note that, yeah, I need to get to the bottom of them, quite literally. That can go, and then we'll bring this one in on this side instead. I suppose it would need one of these. Alright, just something like that, just to make it look like we gave a damn. But I tried. And here, do the same again, but just snap it onto that point, bring it down. Midsection, please. Turn off blueprint mode, hold control, lock it on, bring it in, nudge it. Blueprint mode, bring it down. Got it. Alright, there we go. Bit better, just a little bit. Anyways, we were waiting for fuel to fill up. We can now reconnect this. I assume. Ah, this one's not firing, why not? You're telling me you still didn't get enough... Oh, you've got fuel, you just don't have compacted coal. There we go. Good to see 50 fuel on that one in the end, though. It'll take a while for it to get flush out this way, though, I would imagine. They're all going to fill with turbo fuel, but that's fine. Let them fill up. Alright, let me catch the check, because I was focused on those spiders there for a bit. There is no back pressure on a vertical pipe. No need for full pipe to get 300. Okay. As each refinery starts to fill, it should be fine. First splitter lift for compact coal can we do? I just thought the transfer rate of liquid was determined vertical or not based on how full the pipe was. But I guess if it's going down vertically, it doesn't really matter. Need to give the game a break and get some food. See you later, Major. I'll be here for a little bit while longer. Want to get those fuel generators up and running. Just want to get that Mercer sphere over there. Just grab it while we're here. So productive. When I left an hour ago, you were just doing extractor pipe logistics. Extractor pipe logistics. Oh, really? An hour ago? Nice, we filled up, but we're not getting enough compacted coal. Oh, yeah. We know why that is, right? We should be getting enough now. It'll just take a while to make its way down. That's going to be a while, so it's good that these are disconnected, actually. To a certain extent, because they'll all just back up, which is what we want. Alright, so we need to think about where 14 fuel generators go. They're quite big. And it looks like we're probably going to be pumping the turbo fuel somewhere. Or we could just send it out over the void. But that seems a bit lame. Could have another floor up here that goes straight across. You could probably fit quite a lot onto this floor then. And that could be where it could go. Doesn't mean we're paving over a lot of this stuff. But where else could it go, really? I mean... Unless there's like a... Well, that's the... I'm not going into the swamp. Yeah, so the two options I would say are out to the void or over the refineries. So I'll do a poll and you guys can help me with that. But I'll just let you know one more time before I put the poll in the chat. We have to build 14 fuel generators. The fuel generators are quite big for space. So we're going to have 14 of them. They're about this size. All right, we need 14. One option is to send them, just build foundations out into the void, no problem, put it out there. The other option that I'm presenting is to build alongside this floor, pave over this entire area, and build 14 here. That'll mean pumping up into this area, but that's okay. Just depends which one you think would be better. So, go vertical, go horizontal. Those are the two options. Vertical, we build up. Horizontal, we go out to the void. What do? Glass floors, yeah, we could try to put some things in so we can see below. Obviously, yeah, that'd be nice. And lighting and things. Like, if we can get a bit of time on that, but just for the logic, the poll is in the chat. Like, we're going vertical. Actually, what can look really nice is the carbon steel, or maybe unpainted. That's cool, and then we'll just flip this over. Flip the bits. letting that chat. Well, it seems pretty solid. The vote, anyway. Very last thing was just to paint the rest of these junctions. Then we'll probably put. There's also this little area. We're gonna put some lighting in there. We've got a little bit already. Hard drives that we want to get in the future. Once we get more cooling systems, we only have half of what we need right now. Just because I found them, but we could make some manually and maybe get that hard drive. Also, I need to find a hard drive to finish the MAM tree for packaged turbo fuel. Also, we need to package it. That's another thing I'm supposed to do. There's actually still loads to do. I will be streaming tomorrow, by the way, so we'll be continuing this build if it's not done. Not fully done anyway, but... Actually, yeah, I didn't really think about the packager. We could build 13 generators, leaving over the 0.33, and that could go into a packager, giving us something just for the MAM even. Maybe in future, if we decide to decommission this place, we could just turn it all into packaged fuel and give it to vehicles. Maybe. It just depends how rocket fuel and all that stuff works. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Right, we'll go with vertical. We'll build up. And then where applicable, we'll remove things in the scenery that doesn't need to be there. Like that tree. Actually, there's something really cool about this shape that's coming together. Not looking amazing right now, but the idea of like the way it's like blocking up into the hills. Kind of nice. Kind of nice. We're really conforming to like the area. Looks cool. And I feel like building over this is going to somewhat ruin that. But it's what we're going to do. We're out of options. Now, I'll go with the 2-meter foundation, go straight across. What was the end vote in total? Not that many votes, actually. Only 66. But it's alright. Back in the day, we had like 500 votes. What other music do we have? Let's do the Deep Rock Galactic track for a bit. Back in my day. Use frames glass? I will, but I do the cosmetics at the end, not while I'm building. I find it makes it really difficult to plan. One step down in the void looks amazing. Where it gets really foggy. Right, so fuel generators. So somewhere power is going to come up and feed into these. And every fuel generator is 2.5 foundations across. So start here. There. Require... Yeah, okay. Try that. We're right up against the edge though, is that... Oh, that's fine. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then this would have to go here. That's 10. I need to probably break the pipe out around this way and feed an additional 3. And then whatever, you know, bits we don't use, we'll just cut them away and fence of it later. The rotate around that way. Can we slam these in? No. Go with rows of 4 so that there's 4 more even rows. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then lucky number 13 maybe can just be tucked over here. Missing materials. Have to be there. What am I missing? A little bit of rubber. About to get it. Be a little danger close to the wall though. But we could put some scaffolding and it might make it look a bit better. Alright, so a pipeline that travels down between both of these, it can then curl around and travel down that way. Or do the opposite, right? Just break at the beginning and come down these 3 ways. 13th randomly on ground somewhere? Oh, yeah, maybe. Or like in this, in the center, that way it's like, it's not really the best. Could have one just out on its own. In the void. This is really not really any, like, space left. But I was hoping to just get rid of this, you know? We don't need that. That could go. I don't know about that. This would be a decent space for one, but I like keeping the tree. I don't know. Can't really think of where I'd put it. Then I'd like this to be staggered in. Forgo the 13th and package the turbo fuel for your turbo rifle ammo. We could do that, just forgo the 13th one altogether. There was supposed to be 13.33, so that'd be, I don't know what amount that is. Well, I know that it's 250 turbo fuel. So if we just had... Was there 13 of these machines? I think there was, right? Maybe 417.5 megawatts a generator. What are you gonna clock them? I was just gonna overclock them fully. Each. That would have taken 13.33 if they were all overclocked. Because by default, an overclock generator... Oh yeah, I remember the number now. It takes in the full amount that this would otherwise do. 18.75. 18.75. Leave that the way it does. So it takes in 18.75. So by times 12, so we're left with 25. Okay, that's an okay number. We're left with 25 leftover turbo fuel to do other things with. Sure. That way we just have our 3 rows. I've given them quite a lot of space. I guess they don't really need to have that. Just the way I normally did it in the past. Do is this. You bring them closer together. Bring them real close together. Just as an example, and then we could alternate every second one. And these will all face in. Yeah, I'm gonna creep over the line. Do the same on this side. Are we creeping over? Oh, I might have to... No. Yeah, we should at least center something. I want to anyway. So that's where that's gonna go. These can come in, and that gives us walkway space around the back. Hello? Alright, cool. So that would be there. It's pretty far over. But still leaves room for the thing to travel down the middle. Should be enough room for a walkway, I think, as well. Just a layer 1 size. Alright, so that could go. Let's rebuild these then. Alright, so that's 12 generators, 225 turbo fuel. Alternating. Give them the old red sheen. Let's do it the other way around. The red accent. Okay, something like that. 25 is enough for 1.25 packages. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, that's good. That's nice that it works out, like, not at a really annoying number or something. Not that it really is a problem, but, you know, it's nice when it works out. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This way we can divide evenly between the two lines. I wish I could make the... I've always said this, like, you know, the brush colors or whatever, it's nice that that's an idea, but I really feel like this should be a finish or a texture that you can apply any color to. It's like these are basically the same thing. Like, the material doesn't seem to be really changing. It's like a color, so why can't we just change the color? It would be really nice. Just to have an... And really, it shouldn't be even in here. Just pop it into materials. A new thing here, like surface color or something, because it replaces the paint job on a foundation anyway, so seems like it's worthy of its own thing. Anyway, I don't know. Ooh, I have a cool idea for the look though. We'll make black pipes with red junctions. Would look nice. So, carbon steel pipe. And we'll flip this again. It's something anyway, kind of decent. What we did in my old turbo fuel plant, I always thought was pretty cool, which was getting the large billboards. I don't really have the crystal oscillators, so we can't do it right now. Oh, I'd meant to go back to base and set them up, but I didn't even show it with one, no. But just doing something like this, and then our walkway will be above it. So with the bigger ones, it looks a bit better, but this will be the idea. You just do this, and get rid of the text, obviously. And it has this like very fiery look to it, especially when it's like actually covered and stuff. Because you're walking from down below and it looks like it, or you're walking from just above. So to show you where we would be walking. Somewhere like there, right? And then this would just zoop all the way down. And then again, we need to flip it. And as you're walking, you know, especially when there's a, you know, it's covered, you just get this cool effect. I love it. And I don't mind seeing it every now and then. It's whatever. It's kind of like it's on lava or something, but it looks really cool. So I'd like to do that, but we need more crystal oscillators, so we need to get the ball rolling on them. But that's the idea. That's what we're going to be doing. As for this little bit, we need to find a junction spot. So here, or on the other side. Depending on, our turbo fuel does come out this side actually, so it's probably not a bad idea having it there for the most part. Splitting it, we only need to mark one pipe anyway. Letting it flow all the way down. Now, as for getting into this spot, not sure exactly how we're going to do that. The other option was to go down the back, which also is viable. Might just turn off the fog for a minute because it's gotten, I feel like it's even foggier than normal. Just need to be able to see what I'm doing. Enop, again with the gift. Thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate that. Could also use floor holes. The forbidden floor holes. You are, yeah, he's a champ. And I went to Reynolds. Shout out to Reynolds. An Irish name, I think. Fell asleep watching your update 8 playlist. Thanks for what you do. It's so helpful to new players. Thanks. Glad to hear it, Abby. It can be a metal finish, which you then just use your color picker. That's what it just seems so obvious to me. When they said they were doing finishes, I was like, that's pretty cool. Because what I thought they meant by that was like, you could apply any texture. So for instance, grip metal, right, has those little dents on them. The grips, basically. And I thought that was like what they meant by the finish. And I was like, oh, you could maybe put that on a pipe or something, or any kind, like a brushed metal. You know, that's the finish. But the color isn't part of the finish. That's just the color, like the finish should be the texture. Like it's brushed metal, rough metal, smooth, matte. You know, that's the finish. But the color should be separate. For some reason, they bundled color into the finish. Don't know why. Now, there's actually is a slight difference between some of them. So I think maybe that was their reasoning. Sorry to spend so long on this, but I'm just interested. Right, so this would be unpainted. Right, so we can see kind of a texture on the wall there. You know, some marks if you get really close to it. This one just heightens the color. It's no change to the texture. Same with this. Same with this. Oh, never mind then. I thought actually the texture did change. But it doesn't. Like, I was expecting to see different dirt and scratches. But they're actually, the dirt and scratches never change, it's just the color does. So it's a bit weird. A bit odd. I think maybe it was with this I noticed it or something. I definitely noticed it on something. Maybe I didn't. I must be going crazy. Alright, anyways. So, turbo fuel. Do we pump the turbo fuel out over this way and then up? Yeah, probably. That tree has to go. Creeping over the edge anyway, right? We'll do our super safe hovering jetpack. It's just shiny colors. Yeah, basically it's shiny colors. That's true. Yeah, it's just a bit of a strange addition. Anyway, all good. I was really hoping they'd give us new foundations and stuff, like a foundation that looked like that texture, like that wireframe foundation. I think that would have been nice. I don't know if they have a reason for not doing that, or if they just leave it to modders, or if they want to do a DLC pack or something. I don't even mind. I just want to know. Do they ever plan on doing it? I'll buy it. I don't care. Well, I say that. If it was like really expensive, maybe not, but you could double the amount of materials and textures you have in the game for like $9.99 or something. I'd do it. Hey, darn. They'll include it in DLC. Can you take a look and see if I did my math right? I don't really want to stop the stream, but if you mention it here, other people might be able to help you. Takheim, thanks very much for the channel membership. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Tier 2 out of their minds. Alright, no more dilly-dallying. I guess we'll just have to make a choice. I will come out a bit further on this then. Alright, let's start hooking these up. I guess the direction can go any way we want. You know, since I can't stabilize myself, it's actually pretty good to just lock this in place when I'm moving. Like, got it locked. Got it locked. Oh, turn the music up. This is the best part. Who doesn't love some synth? Some emotional synth. I'm thinking that's the center point there. Getting old, man. Back is creaking. If anyone could help, I'd appreciate it. I'm getting this setup. Should power a little over 104 fuel generators. Feed the turbo fuel from both ends. By the way, shout out to my Discord. If you join the Satisfactory channel in the Discord, people are helping each other all the time. I get a lot of DMs. Probably at least 2 a day. Around that. On average. Because some days maybe none, but some days like maybe 5. And I say a lot. But it's people asking, can you check my save file? Can you check my factory? Do these numbers make sense? Just ask in the Satisfactory channel. People are helping each other all the time, and I read it. And I help people there too. So that's where I would recommend. Wow, this looks so weird. I'm thinking that we just raise it right up here and then plug it in over there. And maybe a junction somewhere here. I guess if that stilt thing was out of the way, it could just pop right into there. But I suppose we could just use this area. I was kind of hoping to leave it as oh, actually, yeah, no, still could do it. Leave it as it was. Or could I join over here instead? Yeah, maybe. We run a pipe along the ground. Sure, let's just get crazy with the pipes. Who cares? Yeah, because the head lift will be fine. Okay, just making sure. Sorry. Right, so horizontal to vertical, we want to go like here, but stacked up on top. So I need that stackable pole. 7. There, I think. Guess it's awkward because it's turning. Also, it's one tile off. Yeah, that's fine by me. And this could just roll along here. Somewhere like there. And then just bring it down. And it's gonna go somewhere over there. Join into its buddy before it goes upstairs. Right, so that's the network connected. Now we just need to bring it up. And we'll have to use pumps and things. And maybe a dirty floor hole, seeing as they've apparently fixed them. Hoverpack, nice. Yeah, it's good. Thanks. Appreciate that, Tack. Hopefully I said the name okay. Have you heard the It Follows soundtrack? Fantastic synth. No. What is It Follows? Is it a movie? I'll write it down. We can't play it on stream. I actually have licenses to various music. Maybe I'll make a playlist just to add some variety. I think other YouTubers do that. I do it for the series on YouTube, but I just haven't done it for the streams. Right, so this is where we're going to be attempting to go. The nice thing now is we could just use pumps and see our head lift. We just start with a basic pump somewhere here on the bottom. But before we do that, let's just connect this up. Now we should, in theory, be providing too much for this place. Maybe either at the end or something, we could send it out into a packager. I don't really know. For now, we'll just use a buffer. let some turbo fuel gather. Kind of hoping that that could be pushed in. I mean, I could use a small buffer, I guess. Sure. The reason being, I just think it could make the profile of the build look better if we have some walls and then a kind of a slanted roof that goes up to the very top bit. Something like that. Might do 3. Oh, we could invert the color for them, maybe. We're all totally full again, which is good. This has been a really fun build. Just it's quite different, I feel like, than the ones I've done before. Buffer before the gens. Yeah, just, I don't know. I like to fill it up. It's not needed. It's just it's a purely cosmetic. Purely cosmetic. Not needed at all. If I was just trying to be efficient, I wouldn't have any buffer. I can only mess with things a lot of the time. But this one will be fine. In fact, I actually meant to... The reason it was even there in the first place was I wasn't going to connect that up yet. Just going to let them fill. Alright, let's get our pumps going, and we'll pump up our new turbo fuel. Hopefully everything will just start running correctly. Suppose you could use a Mark II, but... Actually, a Mark II is more head lift for the same... you get double... It's double the power, but it's more than double the head lift, right? It's 50 instead of 20, I think. Am I right with that? Let's see. 20, and this is 50. Yeah, so it's more efficient. So I guess actually just in being a bit more cautious with this then... How high are we going? Nine times 4? What's that? 36. Okay, that's fine. So one of these will do. Somewhere there? I don't know. Whatever. Pop it on a seam and turn it sideways. That could be our pump house. We'll probably extend this out a bit. Get cranking. Alright, there goes our turbo fuel, hopefully filling all of these. We're going to wait till they get kind of full first. And they're getting it. And then we'll connect them in. We have to hook these up to power as well. Haven't done that yet. And then we'll see what kind of power jump we get. Then we're going to go back, complete another phase. We have to do aeronautical engineering. Then we can do drones. Then we can fly our packaged turbo fuel somewhere else. To feed other vehicles that are in need of fueling. Or other drones, perhaps. It's going to take a while for these to flush out, but they should, because we're only making 250 turbo fuel. Pipes are capable of 300, so eventually it should kind of flush itself out, I think. Black and red turbo pipes look great. Yeah, I'm happy with that. The carbon steel finish with the standard with the shiny red, looking pretty good. I guess I can't do that. Oh well, that's fine. Have to color the belts or do something with them, something creative with them. In fact, they'd probably just look good like this as well, right? some lights inside here. It's gonna be great. They're nice. All the little bugs that have been fixed over time. Actually, speaking of bugs, that bugs me. Let's do this. It wasn't even. But you couldn't previously paint these without having to reload the game. So that's nice. That's fixed. All right, still waiting on that to get out. We're pumping. Wouldn't be any harm, I think, to put valves on this just to make sure that we are aiming the correct direction. So let's just do that as well. I would actually say these could be maybe chrome. Because they've got a little red valve on them anyway. That's kind of nice. There we go, we're at 300 now. Love it. Fill them up. All right, let's pop in our power. Let me just catch chat just really quickly. I haven't read things in a little while. Can you not split audio for music, or does YouTube not like that? No. If you've got a song, let's say I have a 10-hour stream. 10 hours. And I play a 2-minute song. The whole 10 hours gets copyright claimed. That's just the way it is. They take all the ad revenue. They don't, unless it's changed. Because I've been claimed recently. You can now trim out the segment. Does this like advanced AI thing where it says like, I'm just going to attempt to remove the audio I'm detecting as music, even if you're talking over it. We won't mute all audio. We'll just attempt to remove that. You can also then just mute the segment. Or you can dispute. That's usually the 3 options you get. I've never seen anything, because you do see that it says revenue sharing is active when they claim you. And it's like, okay, sharing, cool. Like, how much are you taking? It's like 50-50. Like, oh, for a 3-minute song or whatever. So it's like, well, I'm not going to split 50-50 based on that. But anyway, I don't really run into copyright problems very often. It's every now and then. Often what happens is game soundtracks get copyrighted accidentally. And you have to go through the dispute process and it gets let go. I've never had a copyright strike upheld. Ever. Thankfully. But it's super annoying when it happens, because there's nothing you can do about it, really. You just have to wait. And it's up to them to say that they made a mistake. And they could just, sometimes, it's rare, but sometimes they say they didn't and have to get a company involved, and it's the whole thing. Let's just go with Mark II power pole. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Go somewhere like here, I guess. Hit the next 4. Not the cleanest lines, but I just want to kind of turn it on, to be honest. And same over here. All right, we can take a little measurement before we add our turbo fuel just to see. Oh, these need to be overclocked. Just realized that. I mean, I'm sure you could do the math anyway. You know how much of a power gain we're going to get. We get a little big brain cookie in the chat if you work it out first before I look at it. While I'm down here, I'm going to dump all that biofuel into the packaged biofuel factory as well. Might as well. Wouldn't chance it either with... yeah, just, it's not worth it. Copyright claims aren't so bad anymore in terms of, I mean, they're still prevalent and they happen or whatever, but they're not as damaging because now you can do revenue sharing. A few years ago you couldn't, right? It was just a strike. And 3 strikes, you're out. That's it. Doesn't matter if you're right. That's why you get some companies which just claim you 3 times in a row just to hit you. But anyways, thankfully that's not a problem now, because now they've introduced revenue sharing. So it's like it'll go on while there's a if you claim a dispute, you're like, no, this isn't right. The revenue gets held, by YouTube. They're like, oh, we're not going to pay either of you until we figure out whose this is. Previously, when the system was first introduced, they would just pay the person who claimed. And if the dispute turned out to be false, they wouldn't have to pay anything back. And obviously for YouTubers, this is crazy because it meant that you were encouraged as one of these companies to just claim a video straight away, and then you get all the first 24 hours of revenue, let it go, whatever. Doesn't matter. You don't get penalized for claiming falsely. So yeah, it was crazy. But now I feel like now it's in a pretty good spot. All right, I think we're ready to hook this up, and hopefully everything will turn on then. Those ones in the back aren't on, but I think it's just because they're full, right? Okay. Let's connect it up. Now, this is our power line. We are making 13325. Well, we know what we expect, right? 625 times 12. 7,500. An additional 7,500 megawatts is what we expect. That would be 13325 plus 7,500. We expect to hit 2825 in total. Hopefully keep it nice and consistent. 2825. Get a jostle. 7,500. Skrilson was in first, but Major not far behind. Probably about to say he's overclocked out of his mind. Looks cool with the radar tower up there. If I turn that off, does it still get its fuel? It does. I'll probably turn these off actually and just let them fill up and then turn them all on. I won't turn them all off, just until some of them get full, and then do those off. Just the ones on the outer line first. Alright, so we'll let that just overproduce, get all that turbo fuel out. What else can we do? Compacted coal, coal logic, turbo fuel logic. It's all done now. Did it. I did it, Mom. I don't know how long the stream is going for. This is 1 hour and 43, but we had that hiccup in the middle of it, so... What time did I don't even know what time I started. No idea. No idea. I know I was a little bit late, but I'm not sure by how much. So just while we're letting this place get settled, I might go run, do the next milestone. Actually, let's do the biofuel. Then on the way back, I'll turn on more of these machines. Then we'll go do the milestone. And then we'll call it a day. We need to go south. Pretty happy with that, though. And then we'll run through the system one more time, start to finish, to see how it all came together. We have... Oh, yeah. Actually, we do just need to go this way. I can just get there with biofuel just as fast. Give me the slug. We'll make shards out of you yet. Oh yeah, the packaged turbo fuel still needs to be done. You're right. We're making 25 extra turbo fuel that's not going anywhere. Let's let the regular music come on for a bit. We'll turn this off. Where's the sphere? On top of radiation. I reckon we should go for it. Get in, get out, make it quick. We have some filters. A hazmat suit. I was gonna say I'm at full radiation, but I didn't hear anything.
Sings the first symphony of the blood.
First, there was a whole involved process of evolution from single-celled organisms to mammals, rodents specifically.
Explosion.
And that's not even explaining the whole
Explosion.
dinosaur extinction meteor making room for mammals to dominate the animal kingdom instead.
Multiple explosions.
You know what? I will just compile a data package for you to look at later, because I don't even know where to start with the whole ape thing.
Harmonious explosion.
He said explosion. as I blew up a bomb. I love the idea that they're just saying explosion, as in like, oh, that's interesting or amazing, you know? Explosion. Like, tell us how mankind got started. It's like, oh, well, then this thing happened. Explosion. Wow. Oh yeah, the fog is off. I knew something was a bit weird. There we go. Blue crater is blue again. "5.2 hours ago, 5 hours 20 minutes. Nice. That's good to know, thank you. So that means I've just gone a little bit over, but not too much compared to a lot of the other times. That's full, that's full, that's full. We've completely filled up already. Yeah. I did think it would be a lot of biofuel. Well, let's always store more. Somehow. How much is left in there? There's so much stuff left. This is crazy how much you can make with sloops. It was... That's so crazy. I can barely even get rid of this stuff now. Alright, slugs go first. Need to get rid of some stuff that I don't want anymore, so we'll just throw heat sinks in there. Let's get rid of the bits of sulfur I picked up. Quartz, the coal, what a waste, but I don't need it. So sure. Oh yeah, this. Alright, that's fine. So this will only get moving once the refineries pop off again. And this can empty out. Backed up. It's going to be constantly backed up because of this thing. It's still got too much protein in it. So the change I made to this place, just to go over this very quickly. The idea is that you come into the factory, you drop off your bio-organic material. It flows along this belt and it gets sorted. Anything that wasn't supposed to be handled by the factory goes into this container, so it's just like a catch-all, just in case you put something in that wasn't supposed to go in. At the left will go all the remains of animals, but also the slugs. So the slugs will roll around past all these into these three splitters here to be slooped into an increased amount of power shards. The animal remains do the same. They get slooped into higher volumes of protein. So we got 38 just sitting here trying to make its way out. Got one sitting here. We have hatcher remains, and this one is stinger remains. Those two aren't slooped yet because I didn't have enough sloops. I actually have them now, so we could use them. Did I end up doing something with those sloops? Where are they? Oh yeah, I used them to make the crystal oscillators. Anyways, yeah, so it's not really that important to do that. Anyways, the rest goes straight forward. So we have wood, leaves, mycelia, biomass, and solid biofuel. The biomass goes this way. Bypass this chain, just get onto the same thing. It happens if you put in biomass. Solid biofuel will go all the way out and over to join the refineries. And the rest will go into these four constructors here to be made into biomass. If you have a look at the rates, it's 3,000 per minute. So that can't be achieved by any belt. Even if you have the two fastest belts in the game, you still can't achieve it. Every one protein just gets smashed into 200 biomass, basically. But it's not holding anything up. While these machines don't run at 100%, the end two do. And that's really what everything's based on. So today we took out the summer sloops out of these things because I just figured we don't need it. And they're going into two packagers. The packagers are then... Interesting that the canisters are here. You'd almost drone port the canisters from here out because they've got bunch of foundries making them, but they're underclocked down to like 60 per minute. They could do something like 400 per minute. It's like, well, we could send them around the world rather than trying to make the canisters on site. Maybe. Anyways, yeah, so then that all just goes and gets made into biofuel. It gets stored in these containers and goes into this one, ultimately going into my backpack. just so we can fly around a bit, maybe power our own vehicles when we need to. So that's what this place does. Yeah, so because of the nature of the place getting extremely backed up, we do have this problem here where it takes a while for your desired object to make its way around. The solution, if I was building the place again, we tried to build it in an interesting location, but it'd be to build it wider. And if you just had a container before each of these, then when you load and you drop in your inventory, it would just fly along here, get filtered into all the different containers, and then go into the machines. So basically, if every machine had its own like storage container behind it, this would be fine. But it doesn't. So it relies on each machine doing its one thing before everything just gets backed up. Which I knew when we were building it. That's how my old version of this got built as well. They get backed up, but the output never does. It just continues. Unless these get full, in which case this is filled up so fast. All I've done is dumped one inventory into there. That's it. But because of sloops and stuff, I've made just more biofuel than I'll ever need straight away. That's why people were saying, like, don't waste the remains, make DNA points out of them. But no, sticking to it. I'll use the biofuel, damn it. I'll use it. I'm going to use it much more proactively. To be honest, you could make an overflow where this would be weird but interesting and risky. If there was an overflow splitter here, so that saying like everything is full, and to keep this running, that could then go into a fuel generator and burn it just to keep the place going, and that would give you an excess power. Now that would be very unreliable power, relatively speaking, but it would keep the place running, and you could maybe pop it into storage batteries or something like that. Maybe that would give us a reason to kind of allow the production to continue. I don't know, or to at least allow me to empty my inventory. I do have a stockpile. Maybe just a nicer looking stockpile, but I've already got... How much was that? It was like... Dude, I didn't even dump my inventory. That's the reason I came here. It's like 14,000 biofuel here already from one storage container. Back in my old... In update 8 when I had the same setup, basically. I don't know. I had 4 of these because I knew that I'd be dumping in loads of stuff and you get kind of not that much out in return. Now it's just like so crazy. Feels like I'm not even burning it nearly as much either. Definitely would like drones to come here, pick it up and just deliver it or something to vehicles. Something. Just make some use of it, damn it. It's a shame you can't like... It's just, see, the thing is it's just not automated, so you don't want to rely on that kind of power source, but I feel like it's got to be used for something. Could just sink it. That's true. Could just sink it. That was actually something I was thinking before. I meant to say it when the person was saying like, oh, you know, use the alien remains on DNA points. But if you turn it into packaged biofuel, would you get more points? I guess it's all changes, doesn't it, over time? It gets more costly, but basically what I'm asking is packaged biofuel worth a lot? Then maybe it's kind of worth it to just sink some of it. Even just run a container. If we had it at the 1200 belts, just go like flick a switch and just dump 2400 into 2 per minute. You could just drain a container and then just like close it and let it flow again. It'd be kind of interesting. I didn't drop the hog remains, so it's okay. I'll just pop it in here. Drop it next time we get back here. Right, so gonna head back to the turbo fuel plant very quickly. We'll turn on the rest of the generators. Hopefully power will go back up to 100. So didn't I was driving Explorer. Didn't I pop it back in my pocket? Oh, but I then built those 2 display signs. Yeah. But we need to get back to base so we can re-automate, semi-automate the crystal oscillators. There's a sloop there. I think I see it. right there, right? Yeah. Thanks for that. How is it not being picked up? Oh wait, no there isn't. Or I must have missed... I thought it was here maybe. I thought that was like a mound with one on it. But there's one somewhere around here. Got a signal. Ooh, and a hard drive site. Wait, we need this. For the MAM. Just want to check really quickly if there's a cooling system around here. Motors and heavy modular frames. Not seeing it. Alright, let's go this way then. Oh wow. Hey Cabot, there are two diluted fuel alt recipes. Love takes blender be unlocked. One takes the blender to be unlocked. It would depend on how far you are in the coupon, since DNA is separate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, well, one would always be better than the other at some point, right? As the tickets get more and more expensive. Gonna grab this slug as well, and then we'll definitely bounce back. Underneath, at the bottom of Blue Crater, there's another one. I'll leave it for now, just to stay on track a bit. A lot of bacon over there as well. Oh yeah, we should put down a marker for that. And I can remove resources. There we go. Clean up that map a bit. See our different factories. A lot of little hogs live out here. I'll guide them into the gas. Oh, maybe they're smart. They might wait. Oh. Might be waiting for a different reason. Do I blow a hole in this just yet? I don't know. They're gonna just probably jump over this thing. Oh my god. Psychos. Alright, here we are, back at the turbo fuel plant. As our line, we're looking clean. Alright, just turning all the ones on that I left off, and that should be that. Other than that, it's just the packager, but I think maybe we'll just do that tomorrow. I'd like to get back to base. It's their plant now. Oh, good hit. Someone had a yellow light a second ago, no? Okay, it's all fine. Alright, good. There we go. There we have it. So I said I'd run through it really quickly. Hey, Rafier. Sorry I took a while to reply. I'm catching up on previous live streams and I've noticed that you don't put buffers before the depots. I highly recommend it. I think if you catch up a little bit more, I've started doing that because people ask me to a lot. That way we can... I don't know if it would have helped a lot, but it does mean that we can just go there and pick up a bunch of material if we need it, instead of just waiting for it to come into my inventory, if that's what you mean. I can't remember where I put the light switch for this because it seemed weirdly bright. Anyway, I guess we'll just start here. So, we started... Oh yeah, it's kind of over there, isn't it? Maybe chill a little bit on that. Alright, so this is where we started our little bale. It's not the prettiest, it never is on these streams, because I try to prioritize just focus, progressing, and doing stuff. But what we started with today was our, what is it called? A resource well pressurizer. So we unlocked that milestone. And now we do 450 oil. The oil travels into a series of refineries, some of which are struggling to get their stuff out right now, but that's fine. We'll eventually get it all out. Although it is 300 per minute, I wouldn't mind helping it along. Just ever so slightly. So I don't like seeing it power down like that. Anyways, right, so these are all our refineries. They're all doing fuel, and polymer resin is just the byproduct. At the moment, we just sink it, but in the future, we'll probably do something else with it. So this copper pipe, so the black pipe is basically the oil, right? And the copper pipe is then the fuel. Fuel rolls along this way. We just go into a buffer for the fun of it, just to see. Obviously full. And then this rolls downstairs into the turbo fuel plant proper. Now, we were planning on doing something in here in the future, but we'll get to that. That's a cosmetic area. Effectively, we just make turbo fuel, which again is struggling to get out right now. It will for a long time, actually. I'm not going to delete it. We'll just leave it. But it will eventually get out, because the pipe is pulling more out than we're sending in, so it definitely will. I'd be amazed if it didn't. It will just take long, because we'll keep producing more fuel. Anyways, right, so our one pipeline, because it was 300 fuel per minute, comes down, splits into this group of refineries, that group of refineries, and this group of refineries to make 250 turbo fuel. Now, to make turbo fuel, you need compacted coal. So just up on that hill, there was a pure node for copper and, or sorry, for coal and sulfur. So in 8 assemblers, and we're backed up right now because some of the refineries aren't running. 8 assemblers are making our, they're taking in the sulfur, taking in the coal, equal parts, 25, 25, and they put out 25. So we put out that compacted coal. It rolls along this steel bridge, and then it comes back in. Or sorry, rather it goes downstairs, I guess. Goes downstairs, feeds into all of these refineries and all of those, just manifold style, but everything's full now. And then our black pipe here is actually the turbo fuel that then leads back out. It has one pump, and it goes all the way back up and around into these buffers just for fun. They're just cosmetics. They're not needed at all. I knew that we're making more turbo fuel than we are consuming, so I just decided, send them in. And yeah, it goes between 3 lines of fuel generators. Each one's overclocked to 250%. So in total, we make 7,500 power. Nothing crazy, just a little modest turbo fuel plant. But we do have some left over, which we could send into a packager. And I might just do that really quickly now. Just not a permanent setup, but just send some in. Yeah. Because we need 100 to advance the MAM. So if I just give myself some plastic, I can make some containers, right? Make a few containers. Ah! Plastic. We could take the polymer resin, make the plastic to make the containers to fit the turbo fuel. That'd be nice. Don't have to go tap, what's it called, like iron or anything. Alright, so we'll stick that in there. We'll just boost this for now. We'll just drain our turbo fuel, seeing as we're making too much anyway. Okay. Just because there needs to be some space between these. Just do that. That can go there, and that can go there. There we go. Packaged turbo fuel. So we needed 100. I think we need 150 actually, so I'll just make another 50. Maybe I'll just make another 100 just to be safe. Diluted fuel in the blender on the wiki suggests a pipe not packaged for water. Forget diluted fuel, I'm not using it, but thank you. Mentioned it many times now. Don't have the recipe. Can't build it if you don't have it. Plus I'm not at the level where I could even sustain building a big, like blenders. I can't make blenders. I don't have fused frames, so at the moment, just where I'm at, not quite ready. But after this, we'll build bigger. After that, we'll build even bigger. I'll get more efficient as we go up. As the game intends. We need the packaged turbo fuel to advance the MAM. Although I guess you're saying diluted fuel would just give us more fuel in the first place. True. Just don't have it yet. Crafting table can also use dimensional devos. Yeah, someone said that right at the beginning of the stream. I just always forget. It's an old habit, I guess. Can't sloop packagers. By the way, I appreciate the suggestion, just so you know. I really do. But you can take it as read, like, I unless it's recipes in tier 9, I pretty much know everything from before that. But I think I just play differently to a lot of people, where I just like to build with what I have. The same, you know, a lot of people were like, oh, just make more dimensional depots. It's like, oh, but I'd have to run around the map and collect things then. Like, I have a few. So, you know, I'll get to it. I'll get there eventually. Anyway, hopefully you see this one. Sorry, JC. Double check belts at refineries next to fuel pipe coming down. They're still level 1. Okay, will do. Thanks, and sorry if I missed you before. Which I obviously clearly did. Double check the belts at the refineries next to the fuel pipe coming down. So this is our fuel pipe coming down. The belts are Mark II all along the way, which is fine because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines. 5 times 15 is, I don't know, 90 or something like that. So that's okay. Mark II is okay. These being Mark I, that's okay. What are you doing? What are you? Get your ass out of here. So that's okay. Here's Mark II. That's Mark V. For whatever reason. So if you follow this back, Mark III, we're making 200 fuel per minute, so Mark III, yep, it's all good. Hey, it's okay. No, it's alright. It might have been a thing where I did leave it, and maybe I quickly addressed it or something, and then you just missed it. It's fine. Happens. Alright, the MAM. Go into sulfur. We have... Oh, yeah. I need to make 10 aluminum bottles or whatever. We could do that. I could do that. Are we done? We're done. Oh, no, we're not. Let's make those. So the aluminum bottles. That scared the crap out of me. I had no idea what that was. What the hell was that? Just a one-off little animation where it freaks out. Oof, scary. Yeah, so if we just go over to the aluminum factory, we'll pick up... We can just quickly make a little adjustment to make a few containers or whatever, bottles or whatever they're called, flasks. Yeah, there we go. The little hose pipe gets like backed up and then spits it out. Kind of cool. Hope I'm not losing any fuel that way. Alright, there we go. 200 packaged turbo fuel. Super fun. Now everything can hopefully resume as normal. Any drops? No drops. Okay, good. Get out of here. And then we can make this place look a little bit nicer in the future as well. One day someone will do that. Anything here? Oh, we already grabbed it. Right, to the aluminum plant. Okay, weird. It just shows it as packaged. If it can just be piped in, that's a lot of work to package the water and set up the closed loop for the containers. Oh, is someone else? Were you answering someone else about diluted fuel? Oh, that could be the case. If that was the case, I'm so sorry. Sometimes, I was gonna say, sometimes I assume people are talking to me. I guess that's not that crazy on my own stream, but apologies if you were just directing at someone else. That happens all the time and I miss it. But yeah, diluted fuel, one of the reasons I've never really used it is because I've always thought it seemed just a bit awkward. Like, I get it. You're mixing water with fuel to increase its volume. However, the potency isn't really lowered. It's a bit strange, but whatever. It's a video game. But I just never really liked the idea of setting up packagers to pack and unpack the fuel. Now, I've never done it with blenders. I've just never gotten that far. And I'd be open to doing it, it's just I've never really felt the need. In my old playthrough, I made a turbo fuel power plant. I had more power than I needed for a very long time. So I just never got to it. I don't think I had the recipe, or I just never really thought about it. I'll get there eventually. Alright, so this is our little tractor. It takes in, what is it, coal from here to bring it over to the aluminum factory. I fabled one day. For now, one day. Someday. Alright, here we are. So this is my little mini aluminum plant. How you doing? 100%, that's what I like to see. So, one of these we're going to change into one of those bottles. Aluminum... I don't even know what it's called. Flask? Nope. Bottle? Container? No idea. Empty fluid tank. Tank. No, not a canister. I was looking for this thing. Empty fluid tank. 60 out, 60 in. What are we doing here? 80 per minute. Wow. So... change this then to empty fluid tank. Whack it up to 80 just to keep our factory perfectly balanced. Save up some of them. JC, thank you again. Appreciate that. And it went to Steep Hill Gaming. And then I'll just copy whatever this is. Reapply that in a moment. I only needed 10, but I'm just gonna make a few. Like 100 or whatever. So it's used to package gases and volatile liquids for transportation. Do you have to... oh, it's in a packager. Okay, yeah. He was seeing one belt that is a problem being drunk. Blender one is easier. The Blender one is super efficient for lots of fuel, but not very realistic. There we go. Paste the settings. Gives me back everything. Resets everything. And Mark 1 is okay. Is it 53 per minute? Yep. Alright, back to normal. In future, I might just turn that into that. Anyway, so one hard drive, 10 flasks or bottles or whatever it was called again. Forgot immediately. Fluid tanks, is it? Yep. 100 packaged turbo fuel. Bonk, this is what it was all for. Now we know what rocket fuel is.
Rocket fuel unlocked. Pioneers will be able to use rocket fuel in the fuel generator and any vehicle that uses fuel, including the jetpack, with appropriate results. Warning: mixing rocket fuel into coffee does not enhance its energizing effect.
Nitric acid, but I don't have a recipe for that yet. I can't build that yet. Where do you get nitric acid? Is it just in one of the... oh, it's in one of the milestones, isn't it? That we're coming up to. Alright, let's head back to home base. We'll advance the last milestone, then we'll call it a day. Nitrogen? No, I mean, like, where do I get the recipe? It must be a milestone that I haven't got yet. I was wondering if it was in the MAM. You'd think... I would have thought getting rocket fuel that requires nitric acid, we would have had that already, you know? We got it out of order, it feels like. It uses the blender to get nitric acid. See, I haven't got any of this stuff yet. It's so funny that people are telling me, like, set up rocket fuel. It's like, what are you talking about? You know? Does everyone just jump straight to the final recipe in the game or something for fuel? Surely you have to get there. Am I being really inefficient in how I'm getting there? Didn't think so. What's our save file? Save file is at like 90 hours, I think. Kind of a long time. I think we're doing alright. The Blender milestone. I've got all of tier 7. I have blenders. Don't I? Yeah, I can make blenders. You're playing for 6 hours. Okay, we've gone a little bit over now. Your alternate recipe doesn't require the blender. You can only get that recipe though if you have the milestone unlocked, no? Or just maybe the tier. Alright, let's see. Right, so nitric acid. So it's the last milestone in tier 8. So I'll have needed 200 cooling systems, 100 fused modular frames, 50 turbo motors. People were telling me to do this like 30 hours ago in game time. But okay. One day, we'll get there. Maybe. Right, so 50 radio control units. There's 40. Made another 150. Wow. Motor. I picked up 150 mode. Oh, we must have built with it. Yeah. Okay, I'll have to wait for them to replenish, because I remember picking up 150 thinking like, oh yeah, we'll get ready for that. But we'll have to wait. That's a shame, because motors is kind of slow. What's our speed on motors? It's only 4 per minute. The yikes. I might have a look around and see if there's any in some containers we can use. And then the sheet, or casing. I think we transport some motors, maybe. Can't quite remember. Have a look. Oh, it'll be in the big cases, actually. Because it would have gotten backed up by now. So... we should have put signs on these. There we go. Got it, no problem. Nice. Alright, that's aeronautical engineering. And we have enough radio control units to build a few drones. We can put some packaged biofuel into them. Or, no we can't. Put packaged turbo fuel into them. Nice progress, you know? That's 2 milestones today. And increased power.
Milestone reached.
Next,
Drones
nuclear.
provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Literally. Little do they know. We need some high-speed connectors to build them in future. Yeah, so the things I've kind of skipped out on, I don't have any high-speed connectors, don't have any crystal oscillators like automated. I don't even know if I can make supercomputers, can I? Is that a thing yet? Oh, it is. Cool. That'll be another one to do. Alright, I think that's gonna be it. Tomorrow maybe we'll play around with a few drones just for the fun of it. But then, yeah, onward towards making whatever we need next. Higher volume factories, really. So yeah, things I don't make usually. So crystal oscillator would be good to get going. We have most of what we need. We don't have enough crystal, funnily enough, but with the other 2 things we've got enough of. High-speed connectors would be good too, if we could get something going for that. Doesn't have to be super high volume, but just better than what we have. And then, yeah, maybe we can even look to do supercomputers then. Maybe that's what we'll try aim for, making supercomputers. Because it needs a couple of things that we don't automate. AI limiters, supercomputers, or high-speed connectors. We have plastic, but we could make more of it. I have computers, but not that much. How many computers do I have? 7.5, so we could make one of these, and it would consume everything per minute. That's funny. Yep, so the grind spike is about to go straight up, because now it's just like, we have to like build the same things again. We can't just rely on everything that we've made up to this point. We have to like double on some of the goods that we already have. Yeah, we'll need to make radio control units, but that's a little later as well. So it's almost like, as you get introduced to things here, you should really stop and make these, right? So I do in low volume. Where I stopped making things was, I guess, tier 7. So we're making alclad casing on low volume. We're not making iodine-infused filters automatically. We don't really need to. We're not making batteries. I've never made sulfuric acid before. I'm not making radio control units. I'm not making supercomputers. So this is where we need to, you know, figure some stuff out. So battery, which I don't even know if we need that for anything anymore. Maybe we do. I don't know. Used in one thing, apparently. But we don't even know what that is. So it's not till later. But that requires aluminum. I see. All right, that's fair enough. The other one was, what else is in tier 7? The radio control unit. Yeah, so this is our need for crystal oscillators, so we'll make those. Then we'll make radio control units. So we'll set those up. It'll be easy. This is kind of a weird game because I'm going low volume all the way, seeing how far it can take me. But it's working so far. So maybe we could just keep doing that. I think that's kind of how the game wants you to play it. Not as satisfying that way if you're only pooping out 2.5 modular frames per minute or whatever, but while we're building other factories, they accumulate and then we just dump them into what we need. So it is working. Nice progression today. Seems like that yeah, I know, right? Definitely. The coffee definitely helped. The equivalent of. All right, well, anyway, we'll leave it there. So that's it for today. 2 milestones done. New turbo fuel plant up and running. Gonna just pop a little marker here to say that's where it is, I think. Basically, it's between the cracks, actually, on that. So maybe in the middle. And we'll say turbo power plant. And it's power. In terms of category. Alright, there we go. Turbo power plant. Bonk. Done. Easy game. Flying through it. Can't get over the speed at which we're advancing. And then when we unlock all the tiers, we can play for real. And like build whatever we want. As big as we want. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow and we'll decide what we're going to do. I guess I'll kind of decide what we'll do in between streams a bit. That is stream number 17. We are now 102 hours in. And JC again. Thanks for all the support today, JC. Appreciate it a lot. No AJ today. I was hoping we'd catch him because we were a little earlier driving that bus. Good stream, great progress. See you tomorrow. Cheers. Thank you very much. And thanks for everyone. And sorry I don't get to everybody. I do try my best. I'm so jealous about your building skills and ideas. I start simple, but all the buildings are not for me. I feel like my building skills are not that. Obviously, you can see with time pressure, it's not very good. But if I'm given enough time, I can get creative and do something. But I appreciate it, though. At least, yeah, functionally, logically, I guess I'm okay. Drone fuel? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to use to operate the drones. The idea for drones for me was always to use them for uranium or things that are low volume, but hard to reach or awkward. So using them to pick up something like packaged fuel and distribute it to the other truck stations that I use. Things like that I always thought was kind of cool. But I'll be honest, I haven't really ever tested it on things that you make a decent volume on. So it's like, well, maybe they'd be useful even at higher volumes across longer distances. I don't really know. You know, we're reaching the point of the game where I'm really getting into the I don't know territory, you know. The furthest I've ever gotten before was I've done these milestones, but we're at the build limit. I've made radio control units and I was just making a big supercomputer factory, and that's kind of where it ended for me. So we're getting past the point that I've never gotten to before, and 1,600 embarrassing hours, you know? People are like, I'll play Factorio. It's like, I'd like to just beat one of these games first. All right. That's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your week if I don't. And goodbye.